I'm leveling up my stats on a deserted island. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 The Remains of Six Blinds. Gundar nodded and sighed. Don't worry about it for now. Let's announce that the Faceless One is dead. It's good to boost morale, then deal with the ruins here and repair what needs to be repaired as soon as possible. Alice, our casualties this time are too heavy. After a while, the casualty results came out. A total of 612 people died. For the Hongang people with a population of only 12,000, a 5% mortality rate is definitely a huge number. A sad atmosphere lingered in the cabin. In the disaster of the Faceless One, many Hongang people lost their relatives and friends. When I thought that I was still trapped in the abyss, facing the vast unknown, maybe such a strong monster would climb onto the ship in the next moment, I couldn't help but feel a little desperate. The blind Gundar made a speech on the radio, trying to boost morale as quickly as possible, but it was obvious that the effect was not very good. Even the strongest race, when facing a situation where there is no chance of survival, panic and despair are the norm. Only when it was mentioned that the extraordinary man was still healthy and would recover soon, did many civilians and soldiers regain some confidence. At the end of this speech, Gundar said in a deep and rough tone, "Many soldiers sacrificed their lives, many innocent people died, but just like our final fate, they turned into the final dust in the eternal furnace. But their spirit has been passed down and provided nutrients for our subsequent survival. We will open the source of the world for 20 hours. This period of time is absolutely safe. But there are only 20 hours, no more, everyone. We don't have too much time to be depressed. We have to restore our organizational ability as soon as possible and survive with unity. No more nonsense. The chance of survival depends on what we should do next." Just as Gundar racked his brains, boosted morale, and organized production work, Zhang Ming had a beautiful dream in the medical room. He dreamed that the rescue team on Earth came to save him, and dreamed that the nurse sister with a nice voice and a mask praised his strong body. In fact, he only suffered some external injuries. Burning Soul superimposed the rules of the abyss and crushed the extraordinary monster Faceless one-sidedly, so his body was not injured much. It's just that his current mental state is too bad. The purple electric light in the depths of the ocean of consciousness constantly dissipated the ferocious murderous aura surging from the will of the abyss. Soon, the beautiful dream turned into nightmare. Zhang Ming went crazy in the dream, like a zombie, biting the white neck of the nurse sister. At the same time, Zhang Ming roared and woke up from his sleep. He gasped and was also hurt by his own mental illness. After visualizing the Zhuangwu visualization map for a while, he gradually regained his calm. "Mr. Zhang, you are awake," the excited voice of a Hongang man sounded next to him. "How is that monster?" Zhang Ming drank 3 glasses of water in a row before he felt that his buzzing brain was a little better. Even with a heavenly spiritual talent, the violent murderous intent of the abyss rules was really hard to bear. In other words, this is the normal difficulty of being promoted to transcendent. The rest of the transcendents have mastered the strong idealistic rules under this difficulty, and they must be some amazing people. Thanks to the monkey world for providing the volcanic seal, Zhang Ming praised in his heart, and turned his head and asked, "What is happening outside? It seems a bit noisy." "A funeral ceremony is being held." Zhang Ming's heart moved slightly. "Then I have to go out and take a look." The Hongang people paid a lot for this battle. Many soldiers deliberately left alone, which made Gundar's leaving alone less abrupt. Eventually led to the success of the sneak attack plan. In addition, when the Faceless Man escaped, many soldiers used their sight to prevent the other party from teleporting. From these two perspectives, they really have a great contribution. The funeral of the Hongang people is very simple. The body of the deceased is placed in a large furnace and burned into small particles of dust. The whole ceremony is completed. The burly Hongang people were just a handful of dust in the end. For them, the furnace represents their childhood, hometown and spiritual harbor. To become the ash of the furnace is a beautiful destination. Many soldiers' eyes burst open, revealing 2 bloody holes, standing quietly beside the furnace. They are not like Zhang Ming, who has the ability to repair himself. Once blinded, it is permanent blindness. Hidden in the bloody hole is the ice that has not melted for thousands of years, with a hint of depth and a faint sadness for the future. Only when they listen to the people's cries, the ice will melt and become as warm as a breeze. Zhang Ming thought in his heart, if humans replace Honggang people, will they perform better or worse in this disaster? He didn't know the answer. It might be worse, or it might be the same. At least Zhang Ming thought that there was nothing to criticize about the performance of Honggang people, and it was unlikely that humans would do better. Human power is sometimes limited, and it cannot fight against the endless natural disasters. It is normal to have casualties. There is no need to pursue the so-called responsibility issue. At the end of the sacrificial ceremony, there was a low and solemn chant. The furnace is lit on the winter field, and countless colorful tiger stripes flash in the flames, the lakes dance, the rivers roll, the sea bubbles, and the white clouds are the steam roaring overhead. The hearts of Honggang people are like steel. This simple funeral ended quickly. No matter how sad the ordinary civilians were, they still had to work. The reality was so cruel. The dead were dead, but the living had to continue living. Mr. Zhang, have you recovered a little? Gundar came to Zhang Ming in a wheelchair and sighed softly. If it weren't for you, maybe all of us on this ship would have died at the hands of this faceless man. Zhang Ming shook his head. No need to thank me. If it weren't for the abyss armor you provided, I would have died at the hands of this monster. If it weren't for the soldiers blocking its teleportation, maybe it would have escaped again. We are all grasshoppers on the same rope, so don't be so polite. Think about it carefully. If all the Honggang people died, Zhang Ming might not be the opponent of the monster in a one-on-one duel. Do you have any means to regenerate eyes? Zhang Ming pointed at the eyes of those soldiers. There are some ways, Gundar said. There is a regeneration technique in our tribe's practice method. As long as you break through the physique level, you will have a certain regeneration ability. But the eye is a delicate organ. If you want to regenerate, you have to practice to a relatively advanced level. Zhang Ming nodded. The blood coagulation regeneration constitution he mastered actually had to be practiced to a relatively advanced level. Since the other party already had the corresponding knowledge, there was no need to teach it. As for the rest of the soldiers, they can either use some strange objects to restore their sight. For example, the snake people have some strange objects that can regenerate organs. Of course, the price is a bit expensive, and it is not as practical as another pension. Gundar couldn't help laughing. If they spend tens of millions or hundreds of millions of funds just to restore their eyes, I think they would rather get this monetary reward. Zhang Ming was slightly stunned. This is a very realistic factor. Of course there is another cheaper way, which is to restore vision by installing artificial eyes. Gundar pondered for a moment and explained, we know a civilization called the Poison Eye Civilization. Their bionics technology is unique and we just happen to have some friendship with them. The members of this civilization believe that flesh and blood are weak and can only ascend through mechanical means, so the Poison Eye Civilization is full of ideas to transform themselves. Except for the brain, which cannot be transformed, they have developed almost all bionic components. The bionic eyes purchased from them are indeed very effective. You don't have to worry about this. As long as we can return to the base camp, these soldiers, no one will dare to treat them badly. Gundar confidently guaranteed it. After all, he is also an admiral with his own influence. If he can't even take care of the heroes, how can he lead the team in the future? Zhang Ming fell silent and didn't speak for a long time. Finally, he sighed. What are the results of the Faceless's investigation? Is it out? Well, there are some discoveries. We found a very strange thing in its body. It may be a bone or something else. Please follow me here. The group came to the laboratory. A haggard Honggang man picked up a spherical substance with tweezers and explained, the composition of this thing is similar to that of bones. As for why it turned into a spherical ball, it may be that after some special burning process, the bones were forged into something similar to relics. Relics, yes, it contains some terrifying supernatural power, so it cannot be touched with the flesh, otherwise it will be seriously affected. The faceless man swallowed this small bead and suffered a serious mutation. Zhang Ming frowned and tried to recall the strange voices that appeared in his mind after he put on the abyss helmet. Could this thing be the relic left by the god-man, Six Blinds? In ancient mythology, the expert's face was not very good, and he smiled bitterly. We have also made such a guess, but why did Six Blinds' relic appear here and then be swallowed by the monster? There is only one possibility. It is one of the main seals of the abyss, and now this seal is incomplete. Zhang Ming did not react much. He also thought of this possibility. On the contrary, Gundar, who was sitting in a wheelchair, shuddered fiercely and became a little restless. You know, Their ship is right above the seal. Chapter 252, Another Phone Call to Earth. The atmosphere in the laboratory was not pleasant. Since the faceless invasion, the Hongang people's ship has been traveling at the fastest speed to the top of the eyeball of the demon god, 10,000 eyes, so as to avoid most of the monster attacks. As a result, the seal was found to be incomplete. This feeling of having a tiger in front and a wolf behind is too scary. In addition, the analysis report on the faceless has also come out. We found that its body structure is very similar to a world hunter. The expert searched for information on a quartz screen for a while. Then he remembered that the big leader Gunder and the extraordinary gentleman had become blind. He smiled awkwardly when he couldn't see anything and said, "This world hunter is called Nightmare Monster. It is good at constructing large dreams and absorbing the spiritual power of intelligent life. In the end, the intelligent creatures of the whole world died on a large scale because they could not sleep normally, which led to the destruction of the world." Zhang Ming was slightly surprised. No wonder he could learn the dream entering technique from the faceless. The old civilization is really awesome. It even collected a lot of specialized information on the world hunter. As a result, the nightmare monster entered the abyss, and by chance, it merged with the power of the abyss and turned into a horrible creature like the faceless man. "I have a question." Zhang Ming raised his hand and gestured. "What is the origin of the world hunter?" "I don't know. This is an unsolved mystery. But it should not be closely related to the abyss, because many world hunters are intelligent," the expert said, "and the rule monsters in the abyss are almost completely unintelligent. But it is not impossible for the world hunter to devour the rules of the abyss." "You mean, there may be a lot of monsters similar to the faceless man?" Gunder asked, stroking his beard. "Isn't the typical characteristic of the world hunter that they have an extremely excellent reproductive ability, and if left alone, they will swarm all over the place? If we encounter hundreds or thousands of them, how can we resist them?" "Not necessarily, because the one we encountered mutated after swallowing this relic. It depends on how many of these relics there are. If there are many relics, there may be many similar monsters." Now, everyone's eyes are focused on the extraordinary Zhang Ming. Invisibly, this foreigner has become the backbone of the Hongang people. This is normal. It is the instinct of life to rely on the strong. However, Lao Zhang could only smile bitterly and shook his head. The abyss is indeed a den of dragons and tigers. He is not sure that he can resist all the monsters here. What's more, his mental state is very poor now. He is blind and needs a long time of recuperation to recover. "Let me study the abyss armor. If there are monsters invading again, I will think of a way. As for my physical condition, it will recover in a day or two, don't worry." Hearing this, many Hongang talents breathed a sigh of relief. In order to relieve the depressed mood, Gunder even made a little joke. "If we meet the faceless man again next time, we have to capture it alive and tie it to the ship. Maybe we can leave the abyss by teleporting." Although this joke was too cold, everyone still cooperated with a few silly smiles. After learning this information, Lao Zhang left the laboratory with a heavy heart. Nowadays, human civilization is thriving and striding towards a new level. Instead, he himself fell into danger, and he might die suddenly one day. Fate is so fickle and unpredictable. "I'm in a bad mood today, so I won't eat monster meat. Let's have a good meal." Lao Zhang cursed viciously in his heart. Today's dinner was not very good, but he couldn't resist the temptation of attribute points and ate some monster meat. While Lao Zhang cursed himself for not being firm enough, he listened to the broadcast from the human world. Li Xianfeng's slightly hoarse voice can be said to be the best entertainment product of the day. It will not be missed easily unless it is absolutely necessary. But compared with decades ago, Lao Li is indeed much older, and even his voice has become much older. Zhang Ming doesn't know when this guy will die, and he is actually quite worried. Today, the human diplomatic team represented by Wang Fuman has returned triumphantly. "Huh? Old Wang is back." Radio, establishing diplomatic relations with this serpent civilization, and the Hongang civilization has opened a new chapter for human exploration of the Sea of Demon Gods. Wang Fuman emphasized that humans are not enemies of any civilization, and do not hinder the development of any civilization. The Sea of Demon Gods has a large enough living space for major civilizations to coexist peacefully, adhering to the principle of consultation, joint construction and sharing, and continuously deepening the mutually beneficial cooperation between the two sides is the basic consensus of both sides. The tone of the news broadcast and a lot of political terms really gave Zhang Ming a headache. But Zhang Ming finally waited for one thing: Old Wang returned to Earth safely. He actually wanted to make a phone call to provide some information about the abyss. The broadcast continued. At the same time, the mutant rice breeding experiment was officially declared a success. It is expected that within 10 years, 50% of the rice on the Earth will be replaced by high-yield and low-cost mutant rice. This achievement reveals that human civilization is about to enter a new era, and all human citizens will enjoy this scientific and technological achievement. The scientific research team with Professor Yuan Ping as the core has been evaluated by the jury and won the current highest scientific and technological award, the New Era Science and Technology Progress Award. Currently, there are only 2 humans who have won the New Era Science and Technology Progress Award. The first person is the inventor of human breathing, Mr. Zhang Ming. Lao Zhang, you awarded the missing person and deliberately told the missing person, right? Is this necessary? But then again, if you look at the human species with a critical eye, you always feel that it is a group of rotten fish and shrimp, the kind of mud that can't be helped, because there are many social products based on the root of human nature that seem to have no solution. But when you come to your senses by chance, you find that with the passage of time, human progress is actually not small. As the saying goes, the future is bright, but the road is tortuous, and it is the way for all new things to develop. Li Xianfeng is old, and he was dry-mouthed after broadcasting important news for more than an hour. Then a female announcer was replaced to broadcast some domestic and foreign news, and occasionally some news about scientific and technological development. The online public opinion has undergone a fundamental change. 77.6% of netizens believe that the Supernatural Cooperation Alliance should obtain greater external power. If so many countries in the world contact foreign civilizations separately, it would be irresponsible to all mankind, the netizen named Ward Fa commented. With so many large and small countries in the world, can they all go over to establish diplomatic relations with foreign civilizations? Obviously impossible. The snake people must be confused. Are humans crazy? They want to open more than 100 embassies in my territory? Who is in charge and who has the final say? Netizen Donkey Mama commented, this is equivalent to contacting aliens. There must be a unified government. It is really not okay now. For confidentiality, this female announcer actually did not know that she only had one important audience. After listening to the broadcast with great interest, Zhang Ming felt that he was more used to Li Xianfeng's voice. It might be because he was a little nostalgic. Li Xianfeng was over 80 years old, and he listened to the broadcast less and less. As for these messy public opinions, it might also be a political offensive launched by the Supernatural International Alliance with a residual power of this diplomatic victory. Political struggles are everywhere, but humans really need to unify quickly and can't delay. I don't care what means, as long as they are unified. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Ming picked up his world tree and placed it in front of him. After so many years, and absorbing the space-time tidal energy left by the space-time worm, the state of the small tree has improved significantly, and the lonely leaves have a light green color. But unfortunately, it has not grown new leaves, and it still has no wisdom and basically ignores people. Try harder. How many trees have conditions like you that can eat the corpse of the demon god? Zhang Ming muttered a few words. He sensed the Gaia consciousness represented by the leaves and turned on the consciousness connection function. Still in that light blue mysterious space, Zhang Ming quietly floated above the atmosphere, overlooking the blue earth. In this place, he seemed to have eyes again. After not seeing it for many years, the scene on the earth has changed slightly again. The most conspicuous is the new sentry defense line on the outermost edge of Pangu continent. The closer to the Sea of Demons, the more likely it is to be invaded by monsters, so the first demonstration project appeared on the east coast of the Pacific Ocean. It is not just a wall, but also includes a series of modern war facilities such as docks, railway transportation, trenches, airports, bunkers, etc. Even if aliens invade, this line of defense can still play a role. As for other changes, it is hard to say. It is nothing more than the city has expanded a little, the population has recovered a little, or there are still wars of all sizes breaking out somewhere. Seeing that, Lao Zhang really doesn't know what to say. He even thought a little darkly, wouldn't it be better if all the people in these war-torn areas died? Of course, this idea is obviously incorrect. It was like this before it was my turn. If it was my turn to have a conflict with other countries, would the population also die? Zhang Ming shook his head and didn't waste any time. Directly using the Gaia consciousness of the earth to call Lao Wang. Perhaps because this diplomatic activity was indeed very fruitful, Wang Fumin's weight in Gaia consciousness increased a little. In less than 3 seconds, Gaia consciousness distinguished him from the vast crowd. Chapter 253 Earth's Unique Advantages. Lao Wang, how was it over there? How did it feel to come into contact with the snake people? They are real aliens. This journey must have lasted for several months, right? There was no need for any pleasantries when old friends met. Zhang Ming went straight to the point and asked, I've been worried that you would be eaten. When Lao Wang found out that it was Zhang Ming calling, he was stunned for a moment, and then said helplessly, the whole process can be summed up in 2 words, frustrating. I hate the weakness of human beings and I hate my own weakness. He blushed and felt a little sad when he thought of that experience. Except for some cutting-edge technologies such as chips that are not as advanced as ours, the snake people are much more advanced than us in biological science, and their individual strength is also much stronger than ours. Just imagine that scene, a captive monster can kill all the people. Don't mention how depressing it is. Zhang Ming fantasized about it and laughed. It's like Li Hongzhang of the Qing dynasty ran to the ship of the great powers, fearing that he would sign an unequal agreement and then become an infamy for all eternity. Yes, not to mention that they had a little malice and detonated a hydrogen bomb for this. Hydrogen bombs and other weapons of mass destruction are called world nemesis by them. This title is simply another version of World Hunter. When they talked about this, I was really scared to death, but we were also careful. We deliberately detonated the hydrogen bomb near the Earth so as not to wake up any behemoths. Lao Wang talked about some interesting processes. The thrilling feeling at that time has become a unique bragging capital now. He finally said with emotion, in the end, it may be that the Honggang people contacted the snake people, or it may be that the hydrogen bomb played a role. The attitude of the snake people changed all of a sudden. At least there is no open conflict between the 2 sides of us, and we can indeed cooperate with each other. Zhang Ming sighed. This was good news, but it was obvious that humans were not satisfied with their performance. Is this kind of cooperation quite limited? Wang Fumin smiled bitterly. With insufficient strength, it is actually difficult to gain anything. At present, there are only some simple communications and exchanges. Strategic mutual trust needs time to be established. As for entering the other party's world for a visit, it is even more nonsense. The world is equivalent to the nature of the base camp, and only allies can enter, but the small gifts they gave, such as local specialties such as fruits and bird eggs, are also very meaningful to us. Their mutant biological breeding technology is indeed unique and amazing. When can we breed so many mutant species? Of course, we also gave back a batch of gifts here, such as walkie-talkies, electronic products, and weapons such as submachine guns and grenades. They are not very valuable, but they are better than nothing. Zhang Ming was silent for a moment, recalling some knowledge he had learned while chatting with the Honggang people, and said, Lao Wang, don't underestimate yourself. In fact, the Earth world also has its own unique advantages, but you just don't know it. There are very few supernatural phenomena on Earth, and this is a unique advantage. With few supernatural phenomena, the yield rate is high when producing high-end chips. In other places, the yield rate cannot be improved. They can't produce high-end chips. Do you understand? Is that so? Lao Wang was a little confused. Zhang Ming quickly explained, it seems that humans are indeed very lacking in common sense. Like the Honggang civilization I encountered, their talent pool is no weaker than ours, but limited by environmental factors. When the chip process reaches the micron level, idealistic factors will interfere, so a lot of technological products are cheaply produced on Earth, but they can't be cheap, understand? In addition, there are a lot of radioactive elements on Earth, which is also a big advantage. As for other civilizations, as far as I know, radium, which is the material after element 88, is less on the surface. Without radioactive elements, it is very difficult to make nuclear weapons, so they call the hydrogen bomb the world nemesis, which is not unreasonable, because many civilizations cannot make it. I see. Lao Wang touched his chin and nodded slightly. From this point of view, the value of nuclear bombs is not that low. But in addition to hydrogen bombs, using supernatural powers to create a world nemesis is not necessarily impossible, right? Of course, as far as I know, the Honggang people have invented a super weapon called Spark, which may be similar in power to a hydrogen bomb. In addition, their rune main gun may be comparable to our atomic bomb, but don't worry too much. Honggang civilization is a relatively strong civilization. Most civilizations really can't create a world nemesis. Wang Fumin nodded. This was a small piece of good news. It was not even medium level, But we can't compare with the weakest civilization, the three-tailed monkey. Why did this happen? Maybe it's because the universe we were in was different, Zhang Ming said. Our universe is a purely physical universe, while the universes of other civilizations are not. The rules of our Earth world are more inclined to physics. There are fewer idealistic minerals, and there are more physical minerals, such as uranium and titanium. The reserves of coal and oil are not bad. This may be the unique advantage of the Earth. Hey, no matter how I think about it, I think this advantage is not that great. Lao Wang is one of the best figures on Earth. Only in front of Lao Zhang, he is willing to speak frankly. He said with a sad face, "Let me tell you, the titanium alloy and rhenium alloy here, the materials used in aircraft engines, are almost the most impressive materials. It took decades and tens of billions and hundreds of billions of funds to research them. There is almost no room for improvement. As a result, compared with the monster scales provided by the snake civilization, they are immediately outclassed. If we use the scales and bones of monsters to make jet engines, the speed of our aircraft and missiles can be increased several times. They can easily exceed the speed of sound. Any kind of supernatural material from other people can withstand a flame of 10,000 degrees. The strength of supernatural materials far exceeds that of conventional physical materials. What's the point of this advantage?" Zhang Ming laughed and said, "This is because the technology tree is different. Don't envy other people's technology trees. You can't learn them even if you want to, so we can only learn from each other's strengths and make up for our weaknesses. Let me explain it this way. Ordinary physical materials are neutral, like a blank piece of paper, with a lot of room for improvement. For example, you can carve some runes on them, or you can use means such as rule assimilation to give these materials supernatural properties. These properties can be customized, and the monster bones have been finalized, and the properties are difficult to change. If a bone is fire resistant, it is actually very difficult to make it acid resistant. You know, the world is different, the technology tree is different, this is normal. In fact, we still have to find our own way. We can only learn from other civilizations, but we can't copy them directly." Wang Fumin could only smile bitterly and nodded. He also understood this truth, but compared with his expectations, the progress of mankind was still too slow. Zhang Ming remembered the business and changed the subject. "Actually, I called you this time to tell you two important things." Old Wang seemed to have a premonition of something and was slightly stunned. Zhang Ming pondered for a moment and said, "The first is about the development of Gaia consciousness. You should understand. Gaia consciousness not only protects the Earth world, but Gaia's functions are often related to unique technology, and its importance is self-evident. I remember that the Earthlings have never been able to borrow the power of Gaia consciousness." "Right." Wang Fumin was stunned for a moment, nodded and said, "The ice crystal tree on Mount Everest has always ignored people and seems very mysterious. We tried various methods, such as the prayers of bishops, priests, monks, lamas, Taoists and other professions, but it ignored them all. Now humans really have no good way to communicate with it." Zhang Ming did not keep the secret. "I inquired from the Honggang people indirectly. There are two methods. The first is to be recognized by the Gaia consciousness for great contributions and be able to communicate with it. Of course, this method is very difficult. Many civilizations cannot do it. We should not belittle ourselves. It seems that you are the only one recognized now? But you are far away overseas." Lao Wang spread his hands. "What about the second method?" "The second method is that Gaia consciousness, as the collective consciousness of the Earth world, is affected by the subconscious of the main civilization. You should know this, right?" "Well, there was corresponding verification in the beginning of the catastrophe." Zhang Ming stretched out his second finger. "This method requires the birth of a unified government on Earth. If the unified government represents the recognition of countless people, it can influence Gaia consciousness and establish a certain connection. Now such a messy mess really cannot affect it. And the Supreme Council of a unified government can command it to do things. More civilizations borrow various abilities of Gaia consciousness in this way." Lao Wang fell into deep thought. "This method is very wonderful, and many smart people on Earth have speculated about it. But it is obvious that the so-called speculation is just speculation. There are more than 100 political regimes on Earth, and it is not something that experts and scholars can solve. There was once such a hell joke. Director, how did the looting and burning in front of the United Nations at the beginning of the movie The Wandering Earth 2 come about?" The director replied, "I applied for it 6 months in advance, and the United Nations said they wanted to see the script. It turned out to be about world unity, No problem. This also shows the complexity of the situation on Earth. Chapter 254 Mysterious Snowflakes and Unique Technology. Zhang Ming was too lazy to bother about the trivial things on Earth, and continued, Gaia consciousness has many functions. In addition to developing unique technology, it can also extract the value of the source of the world. It goes without saying that if there is really no trading item, it is not a bad idea to sell the source of the world. Wang Fumin smiled bitterly and said, I know this, but no matter how poor you are, you can't sell your lifeline. Ahem, but the source of the world has many more functions. Zhang Ming has really gained a lot of knowledge from the Honggang people these days. For example, space transfer, the world can be moved. It can be moved in the world community, and it can also shuttle in the world ring, as long as there is enough world source. This is another new information. Wang Fumin widened his eyes and held his breath. Why do many destroyer civilizations want to destroy the world? It is to obtain the source of the world. When an unstoppable disaster occurs, the only way to survive is to use the source of the world to move in space. Of course, the price is very expensive, especially the space movement between world rings, which may require tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of world sources. It sounds a bit like a spaceship. Lao Wang took a breath. Will the demon sea also be destroyed? Haha, you can indeed think of the world as a spaceship. Gaia consciousness is equivalent to a naturally existing command center, and humans are equivalent to passengers on the spaceship. The unified government is equivalent to the captain. Now we haven't even selected a captain, and we really can't use the above functions. Trade our spaceship well, keep strengthening it, and train our passengers. Zhang Ming smiled. As for the destruction of the demon sea, it is related to the second thing I said, abyss. I am trapped in a place called abyss, which may be the intersection of world domains. The environment is very harsh. The corpses of demons, ancient gods, and some inexplicable monsters make even the world hunters look cute in comparison. If all the monsters in the abyss escape, it will be a disaster at the level of the world community. In addition, if the seal of the abyss is released, it will not be a community, but a disaster for the world ring and even the entire world domain. In fact, human beings' understanding of world communities, world rings, and world domains is relatively limited. They only know that this is a concept that increases in sequence. Zhang Ming added, it's precisely because I'm trapped in this damn abyss. Calculating the time, the message in the bottle should have been sent, but it has not appeared yet. I suspect that the message in the bottle has been damaged or cannot be sent to the abyss. So for a long time in the future, we can only communicate one way through radio. In case there is any major discovery, I will call you again. If not, we may not contact each other for a long time. Lao Wang smiled bitterly and quickly realized the seriousness of the matter. The news was indeed bad enough. But he had no choice. I understand. Humans have to rely on themselves. Don't worry too much. Zhang Ming smiled and said, I have sent you the most important knowledge over the past few years. Next, we still have to develop unique technology based on the geographical conditions of the Earth. Blindly copying the technology system of the Blue Crystal people may not be the right way for us. Oh, by the way, this is the knowledge system about material assimilation that I traded from the Honggang people. I will send it to the Gaia consciousness space. You should copy it down as soon as possible. In order to trade this precious knowledge, Zhang Ming consumed 600 tons of irregular materials and the face fruit of the extraordinary. After all, this group of Honggang people are still trapped in the abyss. If they can't return to their civilization alive, it will be meaningless even if they get more irregular materials. The knowledge that Zhang Ming got not only involves the foundation of Honggang civilization, but can also be transmitted to humans, which is very useful. Therefore, the other party is willing to trade knowledge, and the face fruit is also very important. After trading this knowledge, Zhang Ming also stopped while he was ahead. After all, face is something that can be used once or twice, and it is just annoying to continue asking for it. What's more, the source of the world consumed by transmitting information through Gaia consciousness is much more exaggerated than consciousness connection. Zhang Ming naturally wants to save on this kind of thing that is difficult to replenish. Zhang Ming opened his eyes and placed a heavy and ancient book next to the small tree. The small tree was glowing slightly. Not long after, Wang Fumin in Gaia's consciousness space found that a thick book appeared in front of him, which might be 500 or 600 pages. But he couldn't understand any of the words on it. I'm too lazy to translate it. You can figure it out by yourselves. There are many mathematical formulas on it that are similar to the human system, so it shouldn't be too difficult to translate. The source of the world was consumed in large quantities, and Zhang Ming felt his heart bleeding, but he pretended to be relaxed and said, "That's it, there's nothing else to do." Wang Fuman waved his hand and took a deep breath. "Since you are in a dangerous area, save the source of the world as much as possible. There's nothing else to say. I'll look forward to the day when you escape from the abyss. Humans will not become extinct here." Lao Zhang also waved his hand and smiled. "The earth depends on you. Get stronger quickly and don't die suddenly. Develop quickly." How could it be? Wang Fuman smiled and waved his hand. The screen flashed, and he found himself popping out of Gaia's consciousness space. He was still sitting in the office, as if the scenes just now were just illusions. But the mysterious book in his mind still existed. Wang Fuman's face changed, and he was not calm. The fact that Zhang Ming could not deliver the drift bottle again had such a huge impact, from affecting the operation of the city to affecting the future and destiny of human civilization. You know, this Donghu city has prospered rapidly because of the vigorous development of supernatural technology. The interests of major laboratories, universities, and consortiums are complicated. Everyone is trying to get new knowledge as soon as possible. Without new knowledge, fewer talents will be attracted, and the city will naturally weaken slowly. In addition, without the new knowledge provided by Zhang Ming, it will be a major blow to mankind as a whole. Human beings have developed for more than 20 years, although they are still very bad. But they have finally gained a foothold in the Sea of Demons. At least the soldiers who went to the Sea of Demons will not go crazy in 10 days or half a month. This is actually not easy. You know, which civilization that can use the resources of the Sea of Demons has not developed for hundreds or thousands of years? There are more civilizations that shrink in their own world and dare not come out at all. Humans can do this in just over 20 years, relying largely on the new knowledge provided by Zhang Ming, but now, the new knowledge is gone. With this in mind, Wang Fuman frowned and knocked on the door of his boss, Ken Yui's office. "Knock, knock, come in." The voice in the room was steady and loud. Wang Fuman found a stool to sit down, recounted the whole process of meeting Zhang Ming just now, took out a piece of white paper, and began to copy the mysterious book in his mind. His handwriting was vigorous and powerful, and he wrote very quickly. In a short while, he had written a whole page of dense writing. This kind of knowledge is about 500 pages. He said it was something about material assimilation. Ken Yui looked at it for a long time, but couldn't make sense. But he also knew the seriousness of the matter. After thinking for a while, he gently knocked on the table. "The loss of the drift bottle has indeed brought great impact, let's put it this way. With this book, we can still conceal it for a while. 500 pages of knowledge, divided into 10 parts, plus the unknown text requires a long time to translate. At least 20 years can be gained." 20 years later, Lao Zhang lost contact. Everyone should be able to accept it. Alice, this is the only way. The two quickly finalized the corresponding matters. Not many people knew about the existence of the drift bottle, so it was not difficult to conceal it. Then they talked about the relevant matters of unique technology. The development of unique technology must be adapted to local conditions, and it is best to use the local Gaia will. And this requires a unified government. The current international supernatural cooperation alliance is still far behind. Without unique technology, we can't just take out hydrogen bombs to intimidate other civilizations, right? We were lucky to communicate with the snake civilization and got Lao Zhang's face, but when we encounter other civilizations, we can't come up with very good bargaining chips without unique technology, and communication is the fastest way to progress. If we cherish what we have, we will only be complacent. Wang Fuman said, "When I meet other civilizations in the future, I really want to hold my head high and trade normally with them. We can only take our time with this matter. There's no way to rush it." Ken Yui shook his head. "The characteristic of our world is that there are not many supernatural phenomena and no unique mineral deposits. Even a good cook cannot cook without rice. Oh, by the way, speaking of the ice crystal tree on Mount Everest, there has been a small turn for the better recently." "What do you mean?" Ken Yui dug out some information from the document. "To the outside world, these materials are all top secret information, but for Lao Wang, there is naturally nothing to keep secret. With the improvement of the strength of the human group, the power of the worlds will has obviously increased a lot. In the past 20 years, this ice crystal tree has grown from more than 1 meter high to 3 meters. One of the snowflake-like things seems to be mature. Then, What is a snowflake? Does it symbolize the unique technology of mankind? Wang Fumin read the information. The mysterious snowflake was about the size of a peanut and emitted a mysterious blue halo. It was hanging high on the branch of the world tree, and it looked like it could fall at any time. Chapter 255. If you can't improve yourself, then improve the extraordinary people. Qin Yi rubbed his temples and shook his head. It's hard to say. According to current research, it's just an ordinary snowflake close to absolute zero. At least the current observations are indeed like this. But that snowflake is not mature yet, and no one knows whether it will undergo some kind of qualitative change after it matures. Our laboratory can also achieve a temperature close to absolute zero, right? Lao Wang was a little annoyed. What kind of unique technology can this form? The temperature is just a little lower. His heart fell to the bottom of the sea. If Gaia consciousness is useless, humans must explore unique technology alone. This road is really too difficult. Human intelligence is not higher than that of other civilizations. How can we find a unique technology tree? Even if Zhang Ming successfully returns to Earth, it will not be of much use. Climbing technology must rely on the power of the group, and individual combat power is useless. Don't worry, ultra-low temperature is actually a unique technology. If cheap ultra-low temperature can be studied, subjects such as superconductivity will have more advantages. Qin Yi took out another report, which described several supernatural technology lines. Like frozen rays, novel photoelectric phenomena, new condensed materials, and the ultimate material in fantasy, materials made using strong interactions, that is, the water droplets in the science fiction novel The Three-Body Problem, which can directly penetrate the sun without any wear and tear. This report made Lao Wang's scalp numb. Although scientists can easily defraud funds by talking nonsense, this report is too nonsense. He can't believe it at all. Unique technology requires long-term research and study, not a direct gift from the world. If these guys are so boastful, can they quickly come up with a nuclear fusion? Lao Wang couldn't help but make a cold joke. If these guys can really make water drops, I dare to be the driver myself to destroy the demon. But no matter what, ultra-low temperature doesn't seem to be as useless as imagined. At least it represents several new technology lines. Ahem, there are several other theories about this snowflake. Qin Yi laughed. Some scientists are more optimistic. They think that snowflake represents a special idealistic rule, anti-entropy. Think about it, entropy increases the normal state of the universe. Normal matter is entropy increase. From the moment of birth, it will experience aging and death, and the temperature will be assimilated by the environment, but this snowflake can stay in a low entropy state for a long time. Does it mean the rule of anti-entropy? This is simply thinking in the best direction. Wang Fumin sneered. Just a little low temperature becomes anti-entropy. What about high temperature, entropy increase? Qin Yi said, there is another way to say it, no rules. This snowflake may be able to clear the idealistic properties of matter, which can also explain why there are so few supernatural minerals on the Earth, because the properties of the Earth itself are like this. Whether it is anti-entropy or no rules, it means that there is a lot of room for development, right? No rules? This seems to make some sense. Wang Fumin's face flushed and he took a few deep breaths. Anyway, no matter what, when he thought that unique technology might be hidden in this snowflake, he couldn't help but get excited. Because the snowflakes are not yet mature, their final properties have not yet been revealed. The more Lao Wang thought about it, the more excited he became. He wanted to take a plane to the direction of Mount Everest immediately. Not a second was wasted. Ahem, Qin Yi coughed lightly, but he was not so enthusiastic about this matter. Lao Wang, think about it carefully. This thing has huge development potential. Every country wants it. Whoever controls the unique technology will be the ultimate winner of human civilization. Even you want it, so don't others? This is the oil and lithium mine of the new era, and it is unique. So, the open and secret struggles of various forces have begun again. We want to achieve the ultimate goal, and there is a long way to go. Wang Fumin sighed and soon understood what was going on. He cast his eyes on the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. He knew the virtues of that group of people best. They were experts in civil wars but amateurs in foreign wars. The road under their feet is really long and difficult. Humanity can only rely on itself. What should we do next? Qin Yi smiled and said, you know, some places still use the voting election system. They are proud of it and believe in it, but this system also gives us an opportunity. I need you to deliberately cause some sabotage in some places, guide public opinion there, and arouse people's resentment and dissatisfaction. As long as dissatisfaction and resentment accumulate to a certain extent, in the next election, they will vote for the supernatural international alliance as the unified government. Then, we will have greater actual power. A lot of people might die, right? Wang Fumin said after hesitating for a moment. Old Wang, if you want to make progress, you have to pay a price. Radio, the first round of voting for the election of the head of state of Dasa has begun. Due to the heavy casualties caused by multiple monster attacks, the citizens of the country are not satisfied with the governance capabilities of the candidates, and the voter turnout has hit a record low. Famous media person Kim Kardashian said on the internet, "Why should you choose between a pile of chocolate-flavored shit and a pile of shit-flavored chocolate?" She would rather not choose than let those corrupt and incompetent people come to power, but this media person was assassinated by extremists that day, and his body was hung on a telephone pole. The public opinion of Dasa has fallen into a passive position. Tens of millions of citizens took to the streets to protest, demanding freedom of speech and severe punishment for the murderer. The third party, the International United Party, has emerged. The party claims that only when human beings unite and supervise each other can a better future be created. Donghua City, as a model city, is an outstanding embodiment of governance capabilities. Zhang Ming was silent. What happened? I just called home yesterday, and the earth is in chaos today. Which corner of the country is Dasa? Why are you still holding an election? In short, the earth is in chaos. While Zhang Ming was resting, the Honggang people were not idle either. In the small conference room, Gondar and a dozen officials on the ship, more than 20 craftsmen and scientists, were holding a meeting. This meeting was related to the survival and death of their entire ship. The overall atmosphere was quite serious. Admiral, what should we do next? Monsters like the Faceless are already at the extraordinary level, and we can't deal with them at all. We barely made it this time, but what about the next time, and the next time? What if a few more extraordinary monsters appear? That Mr. Extraordinary, although powerful, has his limits. Don't panic, there is always a way. Having said that, these Honggang people still didn't have much confidence in their hearts, so they focused their attention on the Admiral, their most trusted leader. Gondar stroked his beard vigorously and found that several more strands had fallen off. In just a few months, he had aged a lot. Compared with the damage to the body, the pressure on the mental level is the greatest. This middle-aged man who had experienced many battles thought for a long time but could not find a good solution. They really had already revealed all their cards. Weapons of mass destruction cannot be used on board ships, and the improvement of individual combat capabilities is very slow. If there was a way to improve all at once, they would have used it long ago. There really was no other way. Gondar suddenly knocked on the table heavily, waking everyone up from their contemplation. The improvement speed of our soldiers is limited, there is really no way to do this. The best way is to improve His Excellency the Extraordinary. What do you think of his character? We have been together for some time, so we should have some understanding of him, right? As for his character, he is not arrogant, he is quite good. I thought he was difficult to get along with, but now it seems that anyone can get along with him quite happily. An old man with white hair and beard asked in confusion. What do you mean? Our Honggang clan has developed for thousands of years, and we still have some background, although they are all secrets that are not passed on. Gondar whispered, I think his fighting skills are still a bit rough, there is a lot of room for improvement. Or, he showed off his muscles, and runes were faintly flashing in the deepest part of his skin. My tribe has some quick learning foundation, all of which will be given to him. Some combat skills will also be given to him. Faced with this plan, everyone was a little silent. For a while, the atmosphere was a little awkward. If you can't improve yourself, then go and improve that extraordinary person. This method is so strange. It's like a doctor in a university. He is obviously a rookie, but he has to let his mentor select academicians. After all, once the mentor becomes an academician, the students will also be promoted. Is this really good? The white-haired old man said stumblingly. Is this a crime against civilization? Gondar paused for a moment, and then said, just consider it as a reward for his salvaging irregular ores. At most, let him salvage a few more ores. We are all going to die. What else can't be traded? What else is worth keeping secret? What's more, his character is still good. Gondar's eyes were red, and he knocked on the table again. He didn't want to sell out civilization secrets, but the pressure in recent times was too great. This was the only solution he could think of. He must keep the people on this ship alive. This was his promise to his dead brothers. Of course, Zhang Ming's character was strong enough and his strength was strong enough, which was the main reason why they made up their minds. There were no stubborn people at this moment, and even several older elders hesitated for a while, opened their mouths, and could not say anything against it. Chapter 256, Putting People into the Furnace to Melt. It is difficult to answer the question of whether civilization belief or life is more important. Moreover, does this count as betrayal of civilization? Does it count? Finally, the older man sighed and said, "Well, let it be. A tree that is moved will die, but a person who moves will live. We have to find a way to survive. You are the admiral, and you have the final say, but don't let the main civilization know, and don't communicate. Just pretend nothing happened." Gundar nodded, his eyes sharpened. "If we can go back alive, no one should make this public. Do you understand?" Understood. Zhang Ming was also in the room, thinking about how to strengthen himself. The horror of the abyss obviously exceeded the normal state of the Sea of Demons, and he found that his current strength was not enough. However, improving strength is a very difficult thing. With so many civilizations and countless smart minds, they can only take small steps forward with all their strength. Like him now, the extraordinary people who have achieved success due to various coincidences have almost reached the end. Without the help of collective strength, it is difficult to improve significantly. There are 3 ways to improve now. The first is to practice slowly and improve the control of King Kong to the maximum value. This is the most cost-effective and safest way. The current King Kong has a combat power of just over 6,000, and there is still a long way to go before it can be improved to the maximum value. However, this ability is too complicated. Even with the assistance of the World Stone, it still takes a huge amount of time. Far water cannot save the nearby fire. Maybe tomorrow's monster attack will kill all the people on the boat. The second way is to merge more demon god rules. The current fused heart rules are not offensive, but only provide energy. If I can merge an offensive rule, things will be much simpler, but this is also difficult. The last time he was able to merge successfully, it was the volcano in the monkey world that provided a lot of energy and contributed a volcanic seal that had been nurtured for an unknown period of time. The volcanic seal is actually quite rare. Add 200 units of the source of the world. If Zhang Ming rashly merges the new demon god rules now, he will definitely die without a burial place. There will be no chance of survival. Old Zhang sighed. He was a rookie who was not afraid of tigers. He succeeded after a lot of random operations. In this situation, the more you come into contact with a demon, the more you will know how terrible it is. The last way, the Abyss Armor. This is the killing rule specially developed by the ancient god, 6 Blinds, to hunt demons. After putting on the helmet, you can still vaguely hear the words like an epitaph, but Zhang Ming's mental strength is still not strong enough, and he can only hear a few sentences. In short, with his current ability, it is impossible to learn this killing rule. At most, he can only borrow it for a few seconds and then fall into a state of madness. Although I have the ability of lightning, I won't go completely crazy, but I can only fight monsters alone. If there are 2, I can't beat them. Well, anyway, the third way seems to have great research potential. But relying on reverse engineering alone, there is always a sense of unease. Zhang Ming took a deep breath, put on the abyss helmet, and carefully felt a violent killing intent. The dark whisper appeared again, and it was a little unclear what it was saying. Since there was only one little turtle monitoring him in the room, the only flaw in his vision was Xiaobei's turtle back, which was emitting a dark red light. Under the guidance of this rule, Zhang Ming always felt that he could chop Xiaobei in half with a knife. Xiaobei cried out in dissatisfaction, "Ah, why are you staring at my back? You look so fierce. I didn't mean to do that." This is what the Abyss Armor looks like. As soon as the 3 seconds were up, Zhang Ming took off his helmet immediately. After a rest, he put it on again, his eyes bursting with murderous intent. Xiaobei was so scared that his head shrank. "You are so fierce again," Lao Zhang screamed nervously. I waved my hand and punched the back of the Zuanwu beast, and it was beaten to pulp. Click. Xiaobei quickly pressed a button, and the helmet on the madman's head automatically fell off. At this moment, the door of the room suddenly made a dong 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 sound. Zhang Ming opened the door and found Gundar and a group of Honggang people standing in front of the door, looking serious. "What happened?" "Nothing happened, but we have something important to discuss." Gundar grinned. but the smile was fake and looked like crying. Okay, Zhang Ming was a little tired, so he waved to Xiaobei, indicating that it could move freely. Xiaobei was not polite, and his big black eyes winked and crawled away happily to play with Brother Hao. Mr. Zhang, do you know what the practice method of our trove is? Oh, I'm all ears. Zhang Ming was actually not very interested in the practice method of the Honggang people. He felt that the King Kong of the Blue Crystal people was already the top practice method. As the saying goes, you can't chew too much. He is already at the level of a transcendent, and it is even more impossible for him to change to the practice method of the Honggang civilization. The physique of our warriors is extremely strong. With your eyesight, you should be able to find the runes hidden under the skin. We name this cultivation system as carving. In Gondar's introduction, the practice method of Honggang people also has its own unique advantages. Its name is called thousands of hammers and hundreds of refinements. The core idea is to regard your body as a wonderful object of heaven that can evolve but is very fragile. Scientific forging, careful polishing, and self-training are required to allow yourself to continue to grow. Symbols with mysterious power, since they can act on various materials, naturally can also act on the human body. This idea is quite novel. Zhang Ming couldn't help but nod repeatedly, deeply impressed by the world's vastness and the wonders. All kinds of ingenious thinking and complex solutions, he could never think of them by himself. But if you think about it carefully, it seems to make sense. After all, Honggang people have a unique forging technology that is unique. It is not uninteresting to forge their own bodies. He listened for 2 hours in a row, and after figuring out a general idea, he sighed slightly. Mr. Gondar, the foundation of your civilization is indeed quite good. The world has the same destination but different paths, the same consensus but different considerations, and each civilization has found its own way out, but I can't change it rashly, not to mention the difference in bone structure. Which means that the practice method of your civilization may not be applicable to me. Even if I really practice 1,000 hammers and 100 refinements, it will take too much time. It will take me hundreds of years to change. I really don't have the time. Like the foundation of my human civilization, there are 2 types. One is breathing techniques, which are simple and easy to learn and popular among the public. The other is the Vajra method, which is complicated but powerful. I don't need to change it. Gondar laughed. You are wrong, Mr. Zhang. You underestimate the foundation of my race. The core function of 1,000 hammers and 100 refinements is to break through the upper limit, which can allow people to forcibly increase a certain physical upper limit. Those who have reached the limit of the spirit have a physical upper limit. Even the best talent and the most outstanding training methods have an upper limit, but through 1,000 hammers and 100 refinements, the upper limit can be raised again. Because 1,000 hammers and 100 refinements relies on external forces to a certain extent, relying on the power of runes, but even so, I can't rashly change it. Zhang Ming was a little tempted, hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. He understood what the other party meant. For the spiritual limiter, the upper limit of human physique is about 12,000, and there is no way to increase it. This is the dual restriction of the body and the soul. Even if the burning soul magic power is used to increase it, the basic attribute will not change, and it will still be 12,000. But after using Honggangren's 1,000 hammers and 100 refinements, the physical attribute can be forcibly increased to 14,000, or even 15,000. This is definitely the superiority. After all, the burning soul magic power is an increase at the multiplier level. The higher the basic value, the more exaggerated the final increase. You also know the current environment, where we are walking on thin ice. How can I spare the time to do this? Gondar laughed again. You still misunderstood. Since this is a special forging technique, it can naturally be mastered quickly. We just need to throw you into the furnace and forge you. We can directly forge your body into a weapon and it will be done quickly. The whole process can be completed in about a month, provided that you are willing to take certain risks. Throw it into the furnace and forge it. Lord Shimama, who had come over to eavesdrop, was overjoyed. Lao Zhang was also stunned for a moment, and asked with sweat on his forehead, what are the risks? There is a possibility of failure in forging strange objects, but the risk is very small for you. Even if it fails, you can recover with your regenerative ability. Anyway, you will definitely not die, Gondar hurriedly explained. This plan has been used many times within my clan. When the individual's strength reaches a certain level, human body forging will be carried out. The higher the physique, the higher the chance of success. Like me, I have used this method. He showed his strong biceps. If you use extraordinary vision, you can see subtle runes flashing deep in the muscles. Even deep in his bones, there are traces of runes. These runes are regular and orderly in nature, and can help break through inherent limits. According to Gundar's description, when the physical value of the Hongang people reaches 3,000 points, human body forging can be carried out. After thousands of hammers, the 3,000-point physique will directly soar to 6,000 points. It is definitely an improvement in hard power. This guy Gundar actually has 6,000 points of physical strength. No wonder he was able to hold out for a long time under the attacks of the faceless men. It's a pity that the other two attributes cannot be forged. However, this method is indeed amazing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, A subtle ambition emerges in Gundar's heart. Zhang Ming's evaluation of these ancient civilizations has been greatly improved. If the situation is true, there is basically no middle layer of 3,000-6,000 physique among the Hongang people. Once it reaches the 3,000 level, it will immediately leap to the 6,000 stage. This method is definitely the heritage of civilization, and it is a secret that will not be passed on. Gundar smiled proudly. A long time ago, this method had a certain chance of death. After all, there is a big difference between the flesh and the real metal material. If you put it in the furnace for forging, you will die of heat, suffocation, and pain, but the environment was too bad at that time, so our ancestors still invented this method to strengthen their physique. With the improvement of technology generation after generation, especially the emergence of scientific thinking, the furnace has become more and more advanced, and the mortality rate has been greatly reduced. Now, there is almost no mortality rate. Of course, its threshold still exists. A physique that is too fragile cannot withstand the forging process in the middle. The number of people who meet the standard in my tribe is only in the single digits a year. There are only 3 people on our ship who have completed the transformation. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva. On the surface, he remained calm, but he was thinking in his heart, that is a great master with a combat power of 6,000. There is no one on the earth, and Hongang people can produce several every year. But for you, it shouldn't be a big problem. After the body is forged, are there any negative effects? Zhang Ming took a deep breath. The upper limit of 3,000 points of physique is indeed worth taking some risks if it can be achieved quickly. He also saw that after the Hongang people experienced a disaster, they began to worry about the problem of insufficient high-end combat power. They were really scared and wanted to help him improve sincerely, without any malicious intent. Gundar explained, the general principle is to draw corresponding runes on your bones and muscles to achieve the enhancement effect. These runes are external objects after all, and you need to maintain them for a long time and deepen the lines in them. Otherwise, the extra physical limit will slowly decrease and finally disappear completely. Zhang Ming nodded. The rune weapons of the Hongang people actually need to be maintained. He just didn't expect that these runes could be used on the human body. But if we separate, how can we maintain these runes? Gundar laughed and said, after this, you can learn the corresponding knowledge, and with the gift of the perpetual motion machine for the furnace, even if we separate in the future, you can complete the entire maintenance procedure. What's more, as time goes by, all the inscriptions will penetrate into the bones, and they will no longer need daily maintenance. Of course, if you really don't need it, or if these runes create some obstacles in the future, you can also use the field ability to remove them. As for the negative effects, the entire forging process may be painful, but there should be nothing else. After all, this is a very mature technology. But Gundar was silent for a moment, and still said it, please don't tell this to anyone, and don't pass on this skill to your people, otherwise our group of people will suffer. After all, this thousands of hammers and tempering are the strongest foundation of my Hongang civilization. Zhang Ming laughed. Of course I understand this, don't worry, and as long as we get out alive, the relationship between humans and Hongang civilization in the future will definitely not be too bad, right? Gundar also understood the subtext and nodded slightly. As long as he can lead more than 10,000 people and successfully survive in the abyss, it will definitely be a great feat in this community. This story will be recorded in history books and circulated among civilizations. Add to that thousands of tons of high-value materials, more than 10,000 loyal subordinates who have passed the test of life and death. Add to that the life and death friendship with the extraordinary people, all of which are enough for him to run for the position of Supreme Council President. That is the Supreme Council President, a position that he never thought of in the past. I really hope to live to the day when I leave the abyss. Gangster had a subtle ambition in his heart. Soon he smiled bitterly and buried this ambition in his heart. After a detailed understanding and certification, and discussing the principal process with many experts, it took 7 days, and Zhang Ming finally decided to accept the goodwill of the Honggang people. If I sense danger, I can interrupt the entire transformation process at any time. You can also use diamond to remove the inscriptions in the bones at any time. In this way, there is nothing to worry about. Time waits for no one. After making up his mind, Zhang Ming came to the forging room at the bottom of the ship with Gangster. Gangster suddenly thought of something, and said with a shameless face, "Mr. Zhang, do you have any extra world source? During this period, you have to stay in the furnace, and there is no way to interrupt it. I am a little worried. I only have 32 days left." Zhang Ming also knew the difficulty of this guy. After thinking for a while, he allocated 20 units of world source energy and said, "I don't have much world source on hand. You guys, you have to use it when necessary, and don't be too frugal. Hey, we will definitely be able to escape from the abyss. The transaction of the world source is very simple. As long as the two beads touch each other, as Zhang Ming's idea moves, the Longan-like beads emit bright light, and 20 units of energy are transferred over." Gangster's heart suddenly relaxed. 20 units can protect the ship for about 40 days, which can be regarded as a solution to the urgent need. But it was a bit embarrassing. He felt like a shameless beggar. However, there was nothing he could do about it. If begging could keep everyone alive, he would be willing to beg. If kneeling could keep everyone alive, he would kneel. He kept stroking his beard, and accidentally pulled off a lot of it. Zhang Ming seemed to see what the bearded man was thinking, and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, now we are all on the same boat, don't take it too seriously." In fact, Zhang Ming also thought about it. Is there any way to strengthen the Honggang people? After thinking about it for a long time, he really couldn't think of any good way. Whether it is human breathing or King Kong, it is not something that can be achieved quickly. The best way is actually the precious minerals in his hands. If they can be made into targeted weapons and armor, the survival rate of the Honggang people may be improved. Of course, Zhang Ming is still considering this matter. If the thousands of hammers in tempering is successful, he will not hide it. The large forging room is very busy at the moment, with the sound of ding-dong-dong knocking and the cutting of gears. Many experts and scholars are working hard to study unmanned detection devices that can operate in the abyss. However, the research progress is really not very good. The environment in the abyss is too harsh, and it is difficult for technological creations to work for a long time. Mr. Zhang, you are here. Hello, Master Gong. I will trouble you next. No trouble, no trouble. It's a small matter. The forging master in the lead, named Gong Jinai, has a head full of white hair. When he saw the big money Zhang Ming coming, the wrinkles on his face were like deep hills and valleys, and he squeezed out a smile. After all, Lao Zhang owns half of the shares of irregular minerals, and he is generous and lets them experiment as they please. No matter how hot-tempered a person is, he can't offend his big money. Gong Jinai personally took a bucket of molten iron and brushed it on his body, carving extremely complex runes on it, and then reminded him, during the entire forging process, it is best not to use any defensive capabilities, and use perseverance to resist it, otherwise, the entire inscription process will be contaminated, because the cycle is long, and aesthetics and the like are not very effective for you, so there is no need to use them. Of course, if you are really uncomfortable, you can use them. After the things on the surface of the skin condensed, Zhang Ming felt that he had turned into a terracotta warrior, and spoke with his abdomen. "I understand. How long will it take? According to your current physique, it may take a month." Zhang Ming took a deep breath and was also mentally prepared. 1 month, come on. In trepidation, Zhang Ming, who is like a terracotta warrior, was stuffed into the furnace perpetual motion machine that was like the water cube. The ball of spiritual golden flame that originally existed in the furnace, after discovering the unidentified object, immediately moved away from the terracotta warrior like old Zhang. How did he see it? This is not something that can be burned, right? Ahem. Hello, please take care of me in the future. We are all on the same ship now. The golden flame was unmoved, and the scorching air was somewhat distorted. It was not until the outside experts issued an order that it reluctantly started to work. Boom. The flame suddenly grew larger, and the inscriptions on the surface of the skin emitted a bright light in the resonance. Zhang Ming felt like a monkey locked in the Taishang Laojian furnace, about to be refined into pill. This furnace perpetual motion machine is also advanced enough. The flame inside is not an open flame, but a high-temperature gas like plasma. After the spiritual golden flame heats a special gas, it continuously spews it onto the runes on Zhang Ming's body. The furnace wall is like crystal, full of a sci-fi beauty, and looks a bit clean. At first, it didn't feel hot. It should be that the Honggang people deliberately controlled the temperature. But as time passed, the golden flame continued to penetrate along some tiny gaps, and the burning sensation of the hot fire became more and more intense. Hiss, this is too uncomfortable. How can the Honggang people endure it? Zhang Ming clenched his teeth. This feeling was really unbearable, like millions of ants crawling and biting deep in his skin. However, he knew his own situation. The dead cells were very rare, which showed that the opponent's fire micromanipulation was very precise. The high-temperature flame engraved exquisite runes in the gaps between cells. Even Zhang Ming's willpower felt like it could not hold up. He could only visualize the Zuanwu picture in his mind to gain some peace in his heart. Chapter 258 The Magical Uses of Feces Lovers. After an unknown amount of time, the scorching plasma gas turned into a layer of frost, alternating between hot and cold, and the pores shrank. This is to solidify the runes deep in the skin and form a series of muscle memories. After all, he had not practiced the so-called hundreds of hammers and hundreds of tempering, so he could only achieve it quickly in this way. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Ming, who was almost frozen, was transported out again. A group of Honggang people were not polite. They picked up hammers and hammered them. With a few dang-dang sounds, the metal on the surface was knocked open, and a living person was pulled out. Haha, still alive, damn it. Old Zhang cursed in his heart. Hurry up and finish it within half an hour, Master Gongjin urged with a strong voice. Another 7 or 8 hammers came down. This scene scared Zhang Ming, but for some reason, the hammer hitting his skin made a sound of metal and iron clashing, which was quite comfortable. It felt like a massage. Mr. Zhang, please bear with it. This is just the beginning. We need to carve inscriptions on your bones. We have used some anesthetics here. Please do not resist the pain. Carve inscriptions on bones. You don't need to look to know that it was Shimama who made the obscene repetition. I don't know why it is so happy. The next second, Lao Zhang grinned and felt that his back was cut open by a rune blade. Even with the anesthetic, he could still clearly feel that these guys had engraved something on his bones. To be honest, this feeling is quite creepy. Think about it, being cut open and engraved on bones is more terrifying than knowing during surgery. Zhang Ming could only rely on his willpower to get through it. Later, even the Zuanwu visualization map couldn't stand it. He thought of his ex-girlfriend again. He racked his brains to recall what his ex-girlfriend looked like. After completing this step, Zhang Ming was stuffed back into the furnace. The golden flame penetrated into the bones through a small wound, slowly burning and solidifying the runes. The pain was too much to be told to outsiders. To be honest, even if humans learned the skill of hundreds of hammers and hundreds of tempers, without the powerful flame micromanipulation technology, it would not be of much use. After all, this flame micromanipulation was accumulated by the Honggang people over countless generations, and humans simply could not learn it. And Zhang Ming also promised that he would not pass this knowledge on, not even to humans rashly, otherwise these Honggang people would suffer, and might be sent to prison for leaking civilization secrets. Even during the entire forging process, he had a kind of mysterious perception. In theory, this process does not allow any superpowers to intervene, otherwise it might destroy the purity of these runes. But in fact, Burning Soul can be used. After all, Burning Soul has surpassed the scope of conventional abilities and reached the realm of supernatural powers. However, once Burning Soul is used, the perception is doubled, and Zhang Ming is worried that he will faint from the pain, so he can only give up in the end. This extremely difficult month passed quickly in the midst of wild thoughts. Zhang Ming was in a state of confusion, and he persevered in every possible way. He even activated the feces lever in the furnace. I don't know why, after activating the feces lever, the incomparable pain turned into an indescribable enjoyment. So cool, so cool. So during the whole process, he let these Honggang people need him, almost without saying a word. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly there was a light bang. Old Zhang, who was burned into a ball of black charcoal, felt like he was pulled out of hell, and looked at the people around him with some confusion. What's the matter? Don't let people enjoy it? Is the experiment successful? Ahem, why is there so much ash? The one who was most concerned was Admiral Gondar. There was no extraordinary person guarding the ship, and he was really anxious. The willpower of His Excellency the Extraordinary is indeed well deserved. If he cried out in pain, we actually wanted to give him some anesthetics, but he didn't say a word and even showed a strange smile from time to time. I have forged for hundreds of people in my life, but I have never encountered such a strange thing. Master Gong Jinai shrank his neck, and felt inexplicably weird when thinking of that scene. You didn't give me anesthesia? How could you not give me anesthesia? This is a medical malpractice. Gondar's face twitched twice, and his voice became louder. In theory, the effect of forming muscle memory will be better when the will is clear, so we ordered not to give me anesthesia at the beginning to avoid psychological dependence. Gong Jinai's expression became more and more weird, although everyone couldn't hold on later and gave me anesthesia. His Excellency the Extraordinary actually survived. It's amazing. He seems to be getting more and more comfortable. No wonder he can become an extraordinary. Mr. Zhang, are you still awake? Gondar scratched his scalp and stretched out his hand to wave in front of Zhang Ming. Awake, he heaved a sigh of relief. The extraordinary was indeed an extraordinary. Something was wrong. That was right. Old Zhang, who had been burned to charcoal, sat up in shock from his dying illness. Purple lightning crackled in his mind, dispelling his crazy mentality. When he thought of his abnormal psychology for the past month, he felt a chill in his heart. UF King didn't tell me earlier, causing me to suffer so much? I said, there is no such thing as being thrown into the furnace and burned without anesthesia. Forget it, being misunderstood is not necessarily a bad thing. Zhang Ming climbed up from the stretcher tremblingly, picked up 2 bottles of nutrient solution and drank them gulp gulp, then went to the bathroom next door and took a hot bath. Splash, the warm hot water rushed down, washing away the gray dead skin on his body and dispelling a month of wild thoughts. The new skin under the dead skin has long been grown, and the wheat-colored muscles are symmetrical and powerful. Since these runes are engraved deep in the skin, they do not affect the appearance, which makes Zhang Ming quite satisfied. Looking at the attribute panel again, there are indeed great changes. Physique. 8,355, 6,222 plus 2,133, has merged the King Kong ability. The current control is 62.22%. 1,000 hammers adds an additional 2,133 physique. Perception. 6,222, has merged the King Kong ability. The current control is 62.22%. Spirit. 10,302, has merged the lightning control. Alienation ability. The current control is 83.76%. Lifespan. 48, 3,924. To be honest, the supernatural power can be infinitely enhanced. Your lifespan is not enough for 100 billion times the burning soul to burn for 0.001 seconds. You still have to work hard. The veins on Lao Zhang's forehead jumped twice. What's the matter with 100 billion times the burning soul? Punch through the sea of demons with one punch. Total attributes. 26,688. I have to admit that as long as you don't encounter a terrifying existence above the abyss level, the probability of your failure is not high. In the skill column of the attribute panel, there is an additional passive skill called 1,000 Hammers. 1,000 Hammers, by carving inscriptions in the body, directly increase 2,133 points of physical strength. This attribute is not included in the total attribute and cannot be transferred. It is worthy of the foundation of Honggang people, a passive ability. Zhang Ming was happy. This is the first time he has a passive ability. I remember when I played games before, there was a term called passive brother. The whole body passive ability is played with a flat attack. If there are more passive abilities, it would be great. The 5 fingers exerted force slightly, and the runes in the bones and muscles flickered slightly, allowing the muscles to burst out with greater power than usual. Zhang Ming was satisfied, but at a loss. The sudden expansion of power made him accidentally pinch the faucet joystick. Sorry, it's not intentional. He needs some time to adapt to this greater power. Fortunately, the current perception level of more than 6,000 points should be enough to control the physique of more than 8,000 points, and there will be no physical incoordination. After taking a shower, he put on a set of clean clothes and felt refreshed. Zhang Ming kept pondering the mysterious runes in his body. The muscles and bones were all strengthened, but the internal organs were not engraved with the runes. This is because Zhang Ming's body structure is slightly different from that of the Honggang people, so even master craftsmen dare not experiment randomly. Of course, Zhang Ming can slowly engrave himself, and it will take more than 100 years to engrave the runes on his internal organs. The passive ability of 1,000 hammers can increase more than 3,000 points of strength at that time, which is indeed strong enough. How do you feel? Is it enhanced? Gondar asked hurriedly when he saw him. Except that the process was a little painful, the final result was really good. Zhang Ming pinched the muscles on his arm and sighed. The ancestors of your civilization are amazing. I thought that after becoming a transcendent, I no longer needed these technological crystals. Haha, you are wrong. Without a team of research, it is also difficult for transcendents to make progress, and it is easy to lose control of their mentality. Gondar took a rune instrument and tested it for a while. The master-level carving was indeed extraordinary, with only 1 in 10,000 chance of error. These errors needed Zhang Ming to slowly correct them himself. Zhang Ming added, but how I think, if you want to instantly kill an extraordinary monster like the Faceless Man, this improvement is still not enough. Gondar smiled and said, in fact, 1,000 hammers is not just about improving physical fitness, it also has to be combined with corresponding combat skills and special rune weapons. Then your melee ability will be greatly enhanced, even without the help of the power of the Abyss. It is not a difficult thing to smash the Faceless Man, even I can have a brief melee with the Faceless Man. Haha, that's true, the monsters here are good at sneak attacks, and close combat is very important. Zhang Ming admitted that his combat skills were very rough, all relying on brute force. If you don't mind teaching me those combat skills. No, your willingness to learn is a win-win situation. Gondar said this, but he was still very pleased in his heart. Who doesn't like a humble and studious strong man? Chapter 259 The Master Craftsman Who Doubts Life. If you want to significantly increase your combat power, first of all, you need to choose a heavy weapon that suits your personality. Under Gondar's guidance, Zhang Ming came to the armory and saw rows of well-made weapons, mostly heavy weapons such as axes, maces, and hammers. He picked up a giant hammer weighing 400 or 500 kilograms, and suddenly found that the runes in his body had a mysterious resonance with a giant hammer, as if there was a force like flowing water, slowly connecting from his body to this weapon. Does this feel like a wonder of heaven? Zhang Ming picked up the giant hammer and waved it gently a few times. Suddenly, the runes flashed, purple lightning appeared on the giant hammer, and the air became a scorching material. This giant hammer has the scorching property, but it is not a wonder of heaven, but a material that can be mass-produced, and it can be made like a wonder of heaven. All his abilities can be attached to the giant hammer without any hindrance, and it is even more handy than the ice spear. No wonder the forging technology of Honggang people is a unique technology. To be honest, although the original ice spear was good, as time went by, it could not keep up with Zhang Ming's combat power. Because the mass of the ice spear was too small, it always felt like waving a toothpick to hit people. In addition, Zhang Ming was not really proficient in this kind of weapon that uses clever strength. This thing needs to be practiced from a young age. It is really a waste of time to practice it when you are older. From the perspective of personality, he prefers to work hard to create miracles. What kind of weapon do you like? You can take it here at will. We can tailor it to your needs. No matter what material it is, you can choose it as you like. Gondar is also going all out at this moment. Sending Buddha to the west is the key to improving combat power as much as possible. This little thing is not a big deal. Zhang Ming tried them one by one, and still felt that the great axe was the most suitable weapon for his personality. Of course, he still looked down on the best axe of Honggang people, thinking it was too light. I have some materials here, help me make a suitable giant axe. Zhang Ming discussed with several forging masters for a while, and roughly described the properties of the ore he picked up from the abyss. As a result, Zhang Ming did not have any special emotions, but the masters were the first to become fanatical, shaking with excitement. Especially the metallurgical worker, seeing that the big money owner said to provide unlimited funds, promised again and again, of course we will design the best, most luxurious, most simple, and most low-key axe for you. We will also add unique grooves to allow your lightning to be enchanted to the greatest extent and increase the soul-killing ability. As long as you can provide the corresponding materials, we guarantee that you can chop off the head of the Faceless Man with one axe. As long as there are enough materials, Zhang Ming said nothing, returned to his room, and took out a piece of heavenly wonder called Black Hole from the Moon. This ore has unique gravity characteristics, can adjust gravity at will, and its hardness is also extremely high. Heavenly wonders are naturally divided into levels. Soon, after identification, these experts believe that crown-level materials have never been found in our history. They also found some corresponding auxiliary minerals from the big shells and sent them to the forging room. The masters stroked their beards, with crazy light flashing in their eyes. At least level 9 material, the materials they have made in their lives, added together, may not be as precious as an axe. How can they not go crazy? I have a hunch that it must be a legendary masterpiece. Otherwise, I will commit suicide on the spot to apologize for wasting materials. You can give it a name in advance. The old man's thick neck, blood vessels burst, and he kept gasping, which made Lao Zhang a little worried about his mental state. Zhang Ming didn't think about it and said directly, "Abyss, ha, okay, let's call it Abyss. One day, we will leave the Abyss alive and see the blue sky and white clouds again." Axe of the Abyss. After a few days, the Axe of the Abyss had not yet been produced. Zhang Ming took out a large pile of minerals and found several old men such as Guang Jinai, asking them to forge a piece of armor with sufficient defensive power. What are star steel and sky blue? I don't know, indeed. Good weapons need good armor. Such good materials, of course, must be made into the best armor. It will have excellent defensive capabilities, will not lose flexibility, and can resist monster sneak attacks. Luxurious and simple, yet beautiful. When the old men saw the fine materials, their thick necks, blood vessels bulged, and they kept panting and boasting. A few days later, the armor was still not freshly baked. Zhang Ming took out a lot of materials again, found several old men such as Guang Jinai, and asked them to forge 10 new armors. "Why so many materials, sir? The extraordinary, you are truly an unprecedented big money maker, but what do you want so many armors for?" The old men's blood vessels bulged and they kept panting. They have never been so happy in their lives. Then, Zhang Ming took out a lot of materials again and asked them to forge 100 pieces of armor. The old men, although their blood vessels were still bulging, but they inexplicably found that something was wrong. "Sir Superman, you are really rich enough to rival a country. The 8th and 9th level materials are like a small mountain. If they are placed in the outside world, it may cause a war between civilizations." "What? You haven't done it yet. The productivity is too low." Finally, Lao Zhang risked his life. "Since you Honggang people have been sincere, I won't hide it. I will try my best to enhance your combat power." He took out the last batch of materials. The amount of these materials was piled up like a mountain, enough to forge 1,000 pieces of armor and 1,000 weapons. This group of masters was stunned. The leader, Gong Jinai, had a flickering look in his eyes, his temples throbbing, and he touched his beard. Is the end of the world coming? Or are the 8th level materials worthless? From now on, we can produce them on an assembly line. Wait, who am I? I am a great craftsman. I will be treated as a guest of honor in any civilization I go to, even if it is a peak civilization. How can you let me do assembly line work? Although these materials are excellent, you can't do this. Let me do that kind of physical work. Master Gong, how long will it take for all the people to produce? Gong Jinai was still standing there, motionless. The other masters stopped working, and looked eagerly. Zhang Ming saw what these old guys were thinking. Master craftsmen actually had simple minds. It was their concentration that made them masters. If they could really escape the abyss, several masters might be lured into human civilization by him. He waved his hand and explained, "Ahem, masters, this batch of armor is not for my own use. It is for your soldiers to use to increase their chances of survival in the abyss. When we escape the abyss, I'll give you 200 pieces and I'll ask you if you want to do it." "Right." Gunder, who was on the side, was also blushing and smiling. 1,000 pieces of armor made of at least level 8 materials. He had never fought such a rich war. He had never thought that this extraordinary man had such a trump card. Even he himself didn't have such good armor. Honggang people specialize in hundreds of hammers and hundreds of tempers, and their combat power is directly proportional to the quality of their weapons. With a set of top-level equipment, their combat power can be easily doubled to 3 times. I'll do it. Gong Jinai finally came to his senses. Facing an unprecedented historical large order, his blood vessels burst again and he yelled madly, "Young men, get to work, use all your energy. You will never have such an opportunity in your life, I swear. When you are old, you will recall this magical day. Those above level 8 are like vegetables in the vegetable market. You can choose them at will. Wait, don't waste materials recklessly. Don't think that the higher the level, the better the effect. It must be an organic combination. Do you know what an organic combination is? The guy's huge roar echoed in the hot hall. Zhang Ming's move was also returning a peach with a plum. Since the Honggang people have taken out all the cultural heritage and strengthened themselves, it would be a waste to leave the ores in his hands. He might as well use them first to improve the survival rate of the soldiers. Better defensive armor is naturally the key to improving survival. As long as these soldiers can hold on for 10 seconds in the monster attack and wait for their companions to rescue them, the mortality rate will drop significantly. Moreover, there are so many minerals in the abyss that he can continue to dive and salvage, so there is no need to be stingy. In the following days, because the ship is right above the seal of 10,000 eyes, the frequency of monster attacks is not too high. While waiting for the new weapon to come out, Zhang Ming followed a weapon master to learn various combat skills. As the saying goes, there must be a teacher among three people. Zhang Ming does not think that he is proficient in everything because he is a transcendent. Although his physical fitness is far higher than that of these Honggang soldiers, in terms of actual application, when should he attack, what kind of opponent, especially the opponent who teleports behind, what moves should he use, these are all experiences, and they all need to be learned systematically. This weapon master is called Radium and is one of the strongest Honggang men on the ship. As the name suggests, a weapon master must be proficient in various weapons. The heavy axe that can change gravity, the most suitable technique is called Tiger Evil. I will demonstrate it to you here. For some flexible enemies, we can use chains to expand the attack range of the heavy axe. These techniques are not conventional hacking and other moves, but to make the runes on the body resonate with the rune weapons, so that 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Zhang Ming's perception ability has reached 6,000, and his control over the body and muscle strength are naturally pure. Some things are like a thin piece of paper, which can be broken with a poke. It turns out that it can be done this way. In the continuous learning, he felt that his thinking had been expanded in some way. Chapter 260 Honggang Civilization High Council. Then, in the second month, the Axe of the Abyss carefully crafted by the masters was officially launched. This is a giant double-edged axe, and the dark axe face is shining with a breathtaking luster. It weighs 1.6 tons. Because of the special material, it has the characteristic of gravity conversion. The heaviest can soar to 20 tons and the lightest can be reduced to 120 kilograms. On the handle of the double-edged axe, there is a metal chain of about 5 meters. This is specially made to fight against enemies attacking from behind, and it can make a violent blow of tiger turning back. This gravity characteristic brings a very large variable to the battle. The ultra-high kinetic energy allows you to split the field of extraordinary life with one axe. Anyway, your own field will definitely not be able to withstand your own attack. Zhang Ming stared at the axe and couldn't let it go, but after listening to the explanation of the master craftsman, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is there anyone who talks like you? We have specially added excellent conductive materials to the blood groove on the axe blade, which can be enchanted with lightning and bring soul-killing capabilities, and these chains have a magnetic field property. Under the influence of thoughts, they can instantly stimulate the magnetic field and close together to bind the monster, preventing it from teleporting. Gong Jinai's eyes were red, and it was obvious that he had not rested for many days, but he was very proud of his freshly baked legendary masterpiece. This giant axe, which consumed 2 months of energy, was the pinnacle of his skills in life, containing his despair, anger, joy, unwillingness and other complex emotions. What could be happier than this moment? Nothing. Perhaps these craftsmen are the happiest people in the abyss. Zhang Ming was actually very satisfied with his new weapon. He didn't understand what this guy was talking about, and always felt that he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Finally, we have to complete the consecration step. We have to pour your blood on the axe to make it produce subtle spirituality. After that, the runes on the axe will resonate better with those in your body. Zhang Ming nodded, picked up the rune blade, stabbed his wrist, and blood dripped on the hot axe. Gradually, a violent aura appeared, and the runes engraved on the surface of the abyss axe burst into light, and then quickly restrained, as if becoming plain and dull. But just like that, Gong Jinai's heart clicked and his whole body shuddered. The spirituality of a weapon is often related to the psychological activities of its owner. With such a high level of evil spirit, he was a little suspicious of the mental state of the extraordinary. Old Zhang was very excited. The more he looked at the freshly made axe, The more he liked it. Ha ha ha, I'm in a good mood today. I want to chop 1,000 abyss monsters to hone my new combat skills, he shouted in the headset again. Gondor, collect the opinions of the soldiers. I will take good care of those who are willing to go out with me to chop monsters. Gondor hesitated for a while before he figured out what he was saying. Yes, sir, the world where the Hongang civilization is located. Near a large-scale crater, there stand huge halls built of volcanic stones that are simple and rugged. Each hall is shaped like a furnace, and huge pipes draw energy from the crater. In the crater, there is a huge golden dragon made of flames. This is the world will of the Hongang civilization, the dragon of the furnace. The Supreme Council in the central hall is the highest authority of the Hongang civilization. As a unified civilization, the decisions of the council can even affect the movements of the dragon of the furnace. Just today, a group of bearded people were in high spirits. Because they have accomplished a great thing, establishing diplomatic relations with human civilization. Although they have never met, establishing diplomatic relations remotely is also considered to be establishing. At present, every conversation has to use the source of the world, which is also painful. No matter how powerful the civilization is, it dare not consume the source of the world to make a phone call, so the two sides cannot exchange too much information. But then again, perhaps because of Zhang Ming's influence, the human side's favor interest in the Hongang civilization is far higher than that of the Snake civilization. The two sides quickly reached some cooperation agreements, for example, the long-wave communication mechanism. Both sides have mastered the means of electromagnetic wave communication. As long as a hot air balloon communication system is established, some simple intelligence can be conveyed in a cheap way. The bearded man sitting in the middle is the president of the Supreme Council. His name is Kai. He stroked his beard and said, "The comprehensive strength of human civilization may not be as good as imagined, but the problem is not big. They are a technological civilization. As long as there is no big problem in the Sea of Demon God, they are more than enough to protect themselves." Several bearded men around discussed. Yes, the extraordinary man is only about 400 or 500 years old. It means that they have not been in the Sea of Demon God for a long time, and they are developing unique technology related to ultra-low temperature. It seems to be able to complement the unique technology of Hongang people. The use of flames is a unique technology accumulated by Hongang people over the years. But the use of low temperature is really not good. Ultra-low temperature is naturally very useful. Some materials need to be cooled rapidly after high temperature smelting. The faster the cooling, the better the performance. This is not as simple as soaking in liquid nitrogen. Because soaking in liquid nitrogen often requires cooling from the outside to the inside, so the internal material properties will change. What the Hongang people need is to cool down completely at once, and control the temperature within a certain range. For some materials, ultra-low temperature etching is better than ultra-high temperature etching. To achieve these strange functions, unique technology is necessary. Very good. In the development of unique technology, if they need any help, we should be able to provide some common sense information. However, the development of unique technology is very difficult, so we should not have too high expectations. The Speaker of the Council asked again, "What is the situation of the group of elites trapped in the abyss? Is there a possibility of coming back alive?" Many Hongang people were stunned by the question. After a long time, an old man in charge of contact slowly said, "They encountered an extraordinary monster over there. And many people died." Extraordinary monster. The Speaker of the Council was stunned. "Isn't this as rare as the extraordinary? How did you encounter it?" "Fortunately, the monster was killed by the extraordinary person. The horror of the abyss is beyond our current imagination. It is a worse and more chaotic world. What's more, according to the investigation of that team of elites, the formation of the abyss may involve the war in the old mythological era and the connection between the world domains." The old man said some information about the seal of the abyss. The huge conference room was silent, without any sound. This amount of information is too important. After a long time, the chairman of the parliament slowly said, "Alice, our world community has not yet shown any signs of the revival of the demon god. The world community next door has already seen disasters. It is said that a large number of monsters have appeared in a small half of the sea area, and the surrounding world has all become a battlefield. Cherish this peaceful moment. No one knows when the disaster will come. Now that the peak civilization is not showing up, we can only rely on ourselves, build our world-class weapons as soon as possible. Even the demon god has the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. As long as we can threaten it, it will not attack us first. Our world domain has the unique existence of world. Then world-class weapons are the strongest weapons by nature. The world-class weapons developed by Honggang people are called spark cannons. In the deepest part of the planet, there are metal barrels densely engraved with runes. The largest world main gun has a diameter of 30 kilometers and a tunnel depth of 12,000 kilometers. This magnificent project has lasted for 800 years, consuming countless manpower and material resources, and is still ongoing. But there is still an order of magnitude difference from hunting demons. From this perspective, it is too difficult to become a peak civilization. There are extremely high requirements for racial talent, racial strength, technological level, civilization cohesion, and industrial productivity. Any shortcomings will not work. The parliament sighed and mentioned another worry. Everyone, if that human superhuman is killed in the abyss, a lot of our investment will be wasted. After all, their unique technology has not yet been developed, and most of the investment value lies in that superhuman. As for world nemesis number 65, although it is not bad, we also have similar existences. The world where the Honggang civilization is located is actually far away from humans. It takes more than 100 years to send a fleet back and forth. Chairman, no matter from which angle, we must invest heavily. A white-haired old man smiled. It's difficult to send timely help, but it's easy to add icing on the cake. The human world and the snake world are next door, so we can trade together. It doesn't take too much effort. Because we have to trade with the snake people, why not visit humans and trade? What's more, the human extraordinary may be richer than you can imagine, the old man whispered. He customized 1,000 pieces of armor made of level 8 to 9 materials in one go. Do you know how much wealth this is? Part of it will be given to us. The chairman of the parliament and the high-level officials of Honggang civilization suddenly breathed heavily and looked at each other. What, 1,000 pieces? This is too exaggerated. Even their top leaders don't have such good armor. With the thousands of hammers and tempering of Honggang people, it is really rich to travel the world, and without money, it is difficult to move an inch. Even ordinary soldiers can be turned into strong men. Chapter 261 The Belated Message in a Bottle. After a long time, a group of high-ranking officials of Honggang civilization finally woke up from their state of envy and jealousy. The Speaker of the Parliament, Kai, coughed and said, "This is a good thing. With these armors, the people on that ship have a greater chance of escaping the abyss. Friendship of life and death is a friendship that transcends race. Oh, by the way, how is the mental state of the people on that ship? I can't say, not very good. Many soldiers have some mental problems. They follow that extraordinary person to kill every day. They don't use long-range thermal weapons. When they see monsters, they just chop them randomly, and they don't stop until they turn them into meat paste." The white-haired old man's face twitched a few times. According to Gondar, the mental state of these soldiers is approaching that extraordinary person, and it's a bit brutal, but at least they haven't gone crazy yet. Cough cough. The many Honggang people in the conference room once again told the truth. They were a little shocked. They really couldn't imagine the scene of a group of people running out to kill monsters bloodthirstily in an extremely dangerous environment where they could be destroyed at any time. "Brothers, come and kill monsters with me. In theory, shouldn't we rack our brains and live in a cowardly way? The style of painting is a bit wrong." The face of the Speaker of the Parliament Kai twitched for a moment, and finally nodded. "For this matter, we are really beyond our reach and can't help much. We can only wish them to come back alive. Then let's do this. In the next trade with the snake people, prepare the goods to trade with humans and send more gifts over. It can be regarded as some investment. You should do a good job of communicating with Gondar and others. If the extraordinary people are really destroyed, they may not die. Even if they do die, we can afford this loss." Speaker of the Parliament, there is one more thing, the white-haired old man said. "Gondar and their world source is limited, so we take the initiative to contact them. You have to allocate some world source funds. This may be a cost that lasts for hundreds of years. They need some external information to maintain long-term mental health. Otherwise, they will really go crazy." The Speaker of the Parliament sighed. "I understand. I will approve the funds. I hope they can survive today." The third team, "Follow me to kill monsters." The rest of the teams, "Have a good rest." "Yes, sir." Since getting the Abyss Axe, Zhang Ming has been taking a group of Honggang soldiers to go out and kill monsters crazily every day. The style of the painting on the ship gradually became strange. With a total population of 12,000, About 8,000 people are producing various armors and weapons and providing logistical services. In fact, the Honggang people have more or less forging skills, and now they have regained their skills. Even if they are not proficient, they can still do odd jobs. As for the soldiers, practice makes perfect. With high standard armor and weapons, plus more and more practical experience, they have really grown a lot. In the crowded cabin, Zhang Ming shouted, when facing a regular abyss species, the first step is to use the armor on your body and your personal skills to survive the first attack from behind. The second step is to activate the chain capture device on the armor to tie up the monster attacking from behind. This chain capture net is made of magnetic metal and covered with irregular materials, which can effectively isolate the ability of abyss monsters. The third step is to kill it directly. Do you understand? Cut. Chop. 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 A large group of black armored soldiers roared with axes. If led by strong men such as Gondar, the strongest team of 10 people can easily kill 3-5 abyss monsters. Even if there is no strong man leading the team, a squadron of 30 people can defeat 1 or 2 monsters with the help of various weapons and devices. This is absolutely amazing progress. It was made with money. Life and death fighting is indeed the best way to make progress. In the past month, there has been another soldier who has broken through the 3 limits of human beings, which makes Zhang Ming envious. This is the heritage of civilization. If humans had such strong people, wouldn't they be worshipped in heaven? The most difficult bottleneck of the 3 levels of human limit is the spiritual level, which requires extremely high personal talent. Now with this opportunity, some soldiers have actually shown signs of loosening the bottleneck. It is expected that more strong people will emerge in the next few years. This strange scene made Admiral Gondar on the ship doubt, is mental problem the trick to break through the level? Well, that's right, using reason to exchange for power is the unspoken rule of the Sea of Demons. Anyway, he really couldn't understand it, and this opportunity could not be replicated. Of course, even if the resources at hand are used to the limit, it is still difficult for the Honggang people to defeat the next faceless because they can't break the field of extraordinary life. This is also a helpless thing. Whether to master the strong rules, this gap is too big. With a light boom, as the cabin door opened, more than 50 soldiers followed Zhang Ming. They wore various standard armors and held all kinds of weapons. A dozen of them held chain-like capture tools to face the extremely flexible abyssal species. There is a monster 1.2 kilometers away. You are responsible for luring it over and then starting the battle. Yes, the soldier who broke through the second bottleneck whistled in his helmet and sent out a sharp sound wave that mimicked the breathing of life. The monster was extremely sensitive to this sound wave and rushed over at once. Then the soldiers of this team divided the work and cooperated with it to fight fiercely. Don't chop the axe on the chain, aim at its head. After about 15 minutes, the abyssal creature was beaten into meat paste. Not bad, it's better than a week ago. Zhang Ming was thinking about giving them some strength, and suddenly he felt something telepathically and looked in one direction subconsciously. Burning soul, his eyes glowed red, and he saw a shining arc of light in the far distance, crossing the burning green ocean and rushing towards him. Then, a mysterious voice sounded in his heart, "Your letter." Lao Zhang couldn't help but be shocked. This drifting bottle can actually be sent to the abyss. Counting it up, he really hasn't received a letter for a long time. I thought I would never receive it again. Wadey seemed to have thought of something, and quickly activated the ability of King Kong with a trembling heart, and jumped onto the sea. "Where are you going, instructor?" A soldier who was frantically beating the monster shouted. "You take a break first. I have something to discover." Zhang Ming jumped forward a few steps and fished the bottle out of the sea. Found that it was also burned by the green flame, so he quickly covered it with King Kong to put out the flame. This Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva, his heart booming. Because he found that the drifting bottle was burned with pits and bits, and it seemed that it might break at any time. Once the drifting bottle that had been sent so many times broke, he felt a little bad. But this matter can't be blamed on others. Who made him fall into the abyss? Old Zhang tried to suppress his irritability, turned his head subconsciously, and looked in the direction where the drifting bottle came from. If there's really an exit, is it on that side? He jumped back to the deck with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Because of this little opportunity, he was a little absent-minded for a while, and many thoughts were generated and burst in his mind like bubbles. A voice sounded from his ear, "Instructor, all the monsters on the deck have been killed." Zhang Ming nodded and pointed to the distance. "Remember the direction. Is there any instrument that can record it?" There is a direction, a soldier below hurriedly said. There is also a trace magnetic field in the abyss that can record the direction. What do you mean? Record this direction first. You guard here and be careful. I have something to discuss with your admiral now. Good brothers, dissect this monster and find its weak points. Grind its bones into powder and put it in the furnace to burn, the captain of the soldiers yelled wildly. Several soldiers swung hammers and started beating like crazy. Abyss monsters are inedible and carry trace amounts of pollution, but because of the high energy they contain, they are great as fuel. Zhang Ming was walking hurriedly in the corridor. The drifting bottle contained some paper letters and a piece of light and shadow stone, which is the latest storage device developed by humans. But it was obvious that he couldn't pass the drifting bottle out again, otherwise it would be burned by the green fire from the outside world. As for applying a layer of irregular paint on the surface of the bottle, it was naturally not feasible. After all, the bottle has to rely on its own supernatural power to complete the delivery of the letter. After the paint is applied, the supernatural power is isolated, and the drifting bottle will also lose its function. Trouble, Zhang Ming sighed and dialed another number. Master Gong, are you free now? If you have something to say, just speak directly. Don't ask if I'm here. I hate it when you ask if I'm here. It's a waste of time. A muffled and irritable voice came from the other side. Gong Jinai was very impatient, and a breath of wait came from the headphones. As a high-level talent, Gong Jinai's temper is also tainted with a breath of fire. People who don't know him think that he has been devoured by the lost hometown man. During this period of time, this large group of Honggang people are obsessed with forging. They have too much work on hand, 1,000 pieces of armor, such high-quality materials, and it is impossible to really produce them on an assembly line. They always want to forge them themselves. Even if they let apprentices complete it, they have to check it personally to ensure the quality. Fortunately, the physique of Honggang people is much stronger than that of humans. Even if it is a high-intensity job, no one will fall down for a while. Master Gong is the sponsor. Chapter 262, probably the last letter. It's that rich man. All the materials we have here are his property. After being reminded by his apprentice, Gong Jinai's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees, and his tone softened 10,000 times. It turns out to be Mr. Zhang. What can I do for you? Is the axe of the abyss easy to use? Haha, I was just thinking about a question. I didn't mean to be rude, please don't mind. The students around him all felt cold. Master Gong was not so enthusiastic even towards his own grandson. He beat and scolded his grandson, and was so strict. Zhang Ming was also embarrassed by this guy. It feels good to be rich. But you, Master Gong, are also a man of face and status, so don't be so materialistic, okay? He coughed and got down to business. I just got a strange object sent from humans. Oh, a strange object. Any problem? Gong Jinai responded casually. He produced so many strange objects. The function of this strange object is to deliver letters. Zhang Ming roughly described the function of the drift bottle. I wonder if this drift bottle can be used to find the entrance and exit of the abyss? Because it must have come in from the outside. I just saw its movement trajectory. Is it possible for your laboratory to repair it? It was burned by the green fire in the abyss and it looks like it is about to break down. What? A strange object that can find the way. Please bring the drift bottle here quickly. Gong Jinai's irritable nature was exposed, and he started yelling again. Zhang Ming dialed another phone and greeted Gang Du. Obviously, Gang Du was also shocked and muttered subconsciously, God of craftsmen, are we saved? Ha ha ha. His voice suddenly increased. I'll come right over. In the brightly lit environment, more than a dozen green plants that can purify the air were planted. As the pollution from the abyss outside gradually increased, the Honggang people were trying to form a carbon-oxygen cycle inside the cabin. There were still quite a lot of soldiers guarding the corridor, including a warrior who had broken through the third level of human limit, Ri, who was on duty. As a powerful warrior second only to Gondar, Ri was adapting to his new armor and had made great progress during this period. Zhang Ming came to an airtight room, took off his armor, and then went to the laboratory where Gong Jinai was. Is this the drifting bottle? It's not good looking, I can't tell. Gong Jinai put on a pair of gloves, carefully picked up the glass bottle that was burned and pitted, put it in a small box, and took out a lens and took a few photos. It seemed that nothing was found. Zhang Ming explained, it has the ability to conceal itself. Except for the sender and the recipient who can receive its information, the rest of the people will only think it is just an ordinary bottle and ignore it. Is that so? According to what you said, it may have developed a tiny intelligence, and we are unlikely to be able to repair it. Guang Jinai rubbed his hands nervously. Facing his big money sponsor, he felt that what he had just said was a bit incompetent, and quickly came up with another plan. But we will find a way to reinforce it. According to what you said, if you apply protective material on its outer layer, it will show overload. But on its inner layer, applying protective material is equivalent to it transporting this part of the things. So we can find a way to reinforce its interior. We have a kind of liquid metal here, called titanium liquid gold. As long as a thin layer of 0.1 mm is applied, even if the drift bottle is broken, it will stick together like tempered glass. Is this the only plan? Obviously, Zhang Ming was not satisfied. This drift bottle belonged to Lao Wang, but he made it like this. Even Gonder, who was standing aside and breathing a little quickly, was not satisfied with this plan. This is a more conservative plan. At least it will not make it lose its function. Other reinforcement plans have risks, and you will definitely not be willing to accept the risks that are not small. Guang Jinai pondered for a moment and explained, this drifting bottle is different from the traditional forged wonders. It is congenitally generated and has a tiny spiritual intelligence. This kind of thing will only be generated in the early stage of the world entering the demon sea. The specific principle can be explained by the theory of wonder information. He picked up a magnetic pen and drew a circle on the blackboard. Information is eternal. Once information appears, it will not disappear. This is the theory we got based on long-term observation. Before a world fell into the demon sea, the development of society and the exchange of population must have accumulated a huge amount of information. This accumulated information may be hidden in an extra dimension, which is generally invisible and intangible. He drew a small circle near the big circle. After the world fell into the demon sea, this part of the accumulated massive information was released. Because of the emergence of idealistic rules, part of the information happened to conform to certain rules, so the two sides produced a subtle and magical reaction, and with the help of some substantial carriers, formed congenital wonders. Part of it formed a tiny spiritual intelligence. Of course, they are not souls, but something like a program. To give a simple example, the ancients 10,000 years ago, due to inconvenient transportation, imagined a drifting bottle that could deliver messages. 5,000 years ago, someone had the same idea, and 3,000 years and 100 years ago, there were similar ideas. Due to the orderly accumulation of information, combined with certain idealistic rules, this bottle with subtle intelligence was created. It is difficult for us to repair the wonders of information theory. Once the carrier of this bottle changes, that bit of intelligence will quickly disappear. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva and roughly understood. It is equivalent to replacing the hardware of a computer, but if these hardware do not have an operating system, they are useless. As for this operating system, it can be said to be the most profound part of the study of strange objects, and can only be explained by metaphysics. Most of the artificially forged strange objects have simple functions, like the ice spear, which releases the ice power, the soul-fixing spear, releases the soul-fixing light wave, the axe of the abyss, changes gravity. These functions are actually inherent in the materials, and it is nothing more than activating their characteristics. The drifting bottle is just an ordinary bottle, but it has an extremely complex pathfinding function, and the difference is huge. As for what you said, using it to find the exit of the abyss, I think it is very likely, at the moment it is delivered. It will automatically find the way home. Based on this principle, we will find a way to make a storage box, and recapture it the next moment after it is delivered. According to its direction of movement, we can determine the general path. Zhang Ming was delighted. The imagination of these experts was really amazing. He looked at the bumpy drift bottle lying quietly in the box, and still reminded, this bottle is already very fragile, don't break it. Within half a month, we will definitely find a way to make this storage box. The master craftsman patted his chest with his rough big hands and guaranteed, don't worry, this drift bottle will never be damaged. Zhang Ming nodded. He was quite confident in this group of experts. After all, this drift bottle is like a life-saving straw, and Honggang people can't be careless. Then you go ahead and notify me when the things are done. Zhang Ming turned and left. Because of the damage to the drift bottle, he was not in a good mood. Fortunately, the things were delivered this time, a few pieces of letter paper, and a light and shadow stone as thick as a finger. This may be the last thing that humans can give me. I have said goodbye to Lao Wang. Alice, some things always turn around very suddenly, and fate is always unpredictable. When Zhang Ming, after wandering for so many years, found an intelligent race and lived the long-awaited social life, the line of destiny from the drift bottle was suddenly broken. Although Zhang Ming has other means of communication, he can use the function of Gaia consciousness to communicate remotely. But now he seems unable to contact his relatives. When I climb out of the abyss, when I return to the Sea of Devil, when I return to the earth, where are my parents? They are over 70 years old this year, and the fountain of life can't be sent back. It all went to Brother Hao. In the past, when he was on Turtle Island, Zhang Ming actually realized this. His parents might not be able to wait until the day he came back alive. But he would not think about it deliberately, because the lifeline from the drift bottle was not broken. Friends and relatives would send him letters and photos from time to time, allowing him to experience the subtle family affection and feel the passage of time, and the feeling of being remembered. However, at this moment, there may never be new photos. The life of firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and tea is really far away, and it has been away for a long, long time. The mother in memory is a middle-aged woman with superb cooking skills. The father in memory is a middle-aged man with a bad temper. Now he is really an old man in his 70s and has no temper. Back in his room, Lao Zhang lay directly on the bed, looking at the bright ceiling. His mind was blank, and he wanted to recall something, but found that many things were blurred, just like gray and white photos, stained with a layer of tea-colored pollution. Unless he opens the memory library, there are many things he really can't remember. After going through so many things and walking through half a lifetime, I will definitely be an old man when I return. There is no such thing as a bullshit teenager. Thinking about it, Zhang Ming couldn't help but laugh at himself, and then cursed at the ceiling. Fuck God. Chapter 263 Letter from my sister. After cursing the heavens for a while, Zhang Ming took a deep breath and picked up the letter in the bottle and started reading. The first few letters were all written by Lao Wang. There was nothing interesting about the recent development of human society. Zhang Ming had learned about it through the radio and had made it clear to Lao Wang through the Gaia consciousness link. But the last letter was written by his younger sister, which was actually quite rare, because his younger sister was usually too lazy to write letters. In Zhang Ming's impression, his younger sister was still a girl? Forget it, don't think about it. Who doesn't like a girl in her teenage years? Her face was full of collagen, her black and shiny hair, and occasionally a little silly and naive. When Lao Zhang was in Gadao, he occasionally recalled his youth, such as his girlfriend, his female deskmate, his math teacher, etc. I remember that once, he took his younger sister to the cinema to watch a movie, but was seen by her class teacher, who mistakenly thought it was a premature love affair. He immediately frowned and criticized her, spitting. That feeling was quite good. Don't ask why it feels good. When the head teacher found out the truth, he showed an expression like he was constipated. It was just good. As for his sister, when she was an ant, Lao Zhang himself didn't miss her that much. Instead, he was more interested in his little niece. Of course, he is not interested in his niece now. After all, once children are over the age of kindergarten and have their own ideas, they are getting more and more boring. And when you are older, there will be no sense of intimacy. There is not much difference between your niece and a schoolgirl passing by on the street. By the way, what was the name of the female classmate who liked me very much? It's a pity that I had a girlfriend at that time, so I rejected her feelings. I should have been playing two girls at the same time. Zhang Ming thought for a long time, his expression a little embarrassed, and finally had to cough heavily to cover up the fact that he was alone. Hello, brother, today is the time to mail letters again. On a whim, I want my daughter to write a letter to you. After all, she is also a high school student. Even if her academic performance is average, it should be no problem for her to write a letter to her uncle, right? She actually doesn't want to write. The main reason is laziness. Asking a female high school student to write an 800-word essay is like being in jail. She is so lazy. She doesn't do any housework. She is as lazy as you, but the more crucial reason is that she doesn't have any special impression of you. She has her own friends and her own life. An uncle whom she has never met and has never seen naturally cannot make her feel too close. So I have a question, why didn't I write to you in the past few years? It seems that I haven't written to you for more than 10 years. Has the family affection faded? I am 44 years old this year. I am no longer a young girl, but an aunt whose figure is gradually getting out of shape. I began to envy youth and 18-year-old girls. When you left my site, I was really 18 years old. At that time, I was still thinking that after the college entrance examination, I would get some money from my brother to buy a mobile phone, a bag, a beautiful skirt, and then another piece of clothing. You don't know that at that time. I didn't even have 100 yuan in my hand. I wanted a rich brother to protect me. I think about it every day. Every day I think about you making money and getting rich quickly, and then rewarding your poor penniless sister. But the final result was that my wish did not come true, and you are still out of contact. Maybe you are already hanging in some corner where no one cares. I have never set foot in the sea of demons in my life, and I probably won't set foot in the distant future. Now it's impossible for me to think about those strange things. Firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and tea occupy every day of my life. I miss my youth and those interesting ideas in the past, but it's just nostalgia, and I'm unwilling to put them into practice. Fortunately, my daughter has finally grown up, and the days are slowly becoming free, enough for a middle-aged aunt to sigh about life. So today, I sat in the office, basking in the sun coming through the glass window, drinking afternoon tea, and began to daydream again. What do I want? I don't think I want anything. My parents are getting older, but they are still in good health. My two daughters have average grades, so it's acceptable if they don't ask for class transition. This guy Lu Tuiu, probably to make up for the regrets of his youth, has recently become obsessed with playing games, which is not bad. He has to have a hobby when he's almost 50 years old. What do I want? I seem to be very happy at the moment, but when I am daydreaming, I always think about bad things. I thought about some things about life and death. Happiness is always short-lived, and people can never avoid separation. As the strongest uncle in the other world, you should be able to live a long time, but we are just ordinary people with a limited lifespan. When you come back here, we may no longer be here. What a painful thing it will be for you. So I bought a ginkgo tree and planted it in the yard of the community. It is said that this kind of tree can live for 1,000 years. You can always come back within 1,000 years, let alone you are still wandering in the sea of demons. Let this ginkgo tree wait for you to come back on our behalf. There is always life waiting for you, isn't it? My husband laughed at me. My girlish heart was moved and I started to go crazy. Haha, as a middle-aged aunt, I had a rare whim and did something inexplicable. I also wrote you a letter. In fact, I was still a little sad and talked nonsense. We will eventually have a sad day. But at the age of 44, I am happy and worry-free today, although with a subtle sadness, just like adolescent girls who always hope that a boy will save them, even if they can't even explain why they need to be saved. So, I recorded this strange day and shared it with you. Remember that ginkgo tree. When you come back, you may be able to pick ginkgo nuts. Time really flows like water. 1,000 years later, what will you do if you are still alive? Blood ties? Human civilization? Friends? In the face of endless time and space, what is worth lingering on? In fact, I am quite curious, but I dare not imagine it. Best wishes, sister who is always 18 years old. Maybe, I will be too lazy to write to you next year. Please accept this year's family portrait. There is still Zhang Ming's image on the family portrait, which is directly photoshopped. The relatives are smiling like flowers. But the faces in the memory have long become old, leaving only vague traces of memory. Yes, what kind of mood will I be in 1,000 years later, 10,000 years later, if I am still alive? What is worth caring about? Suddenly, Zhang Ming couldn't breathe, his mind was blank, and he couldn't describe the problem at all. He remembered the setting in the immortal cultivation novels where the protagonist abandoned his family and ran to the mountains to cultivate immortality. When reading the novels, he thought it was normal. If a person does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. But if you really have a very long life, you must think about what the meaning of living is. If there is no meaning, it would be too tragic. The lights were turned off, and the room was dark. Zhang Ming has good eyesight and has a built-in night vision function even without lights. However, at this moment, he can't see anything clearly. He just lay there, looking at the ceiling in silence. Is there anything worth crying for? Is it a bite from a monster? Is it the difficulties and obstacles of traveling? Is it the threat of the demon? Is it the pain of being poisoned? Or is it separation? Maybe his sister sensed something on a whim and said goodbye to him in advance, or maybe this was a not-so-wonderful coincidence. In short, This may be the last letter from his family. There's no need to be too sad. Isn't there still radio? Zhang Ming smiled and comforted himself. Maybe I'll be able to leave the abyss soon, and then I'll drive a boat given by Honggang people back to Earth. He rubbed his eyes, sighed slightly, and continued to read the next letter. It was written to him by Li Xianfeng. Comrade Li Xianfeng, who is over 80 years old, has long reached the age of retirement, but he still insists on working at his post and reporting the news every day. In the boring and lonely nights, the various boring scientific and technological knowledge reported by Comrade Li helped Zhang Ming get through the long time. It has to be admitted that learning is a way to stay rational, especially when you are alone. You always have to find something to do. Even the collective of Honggang people use crazy labor to consume their energy and not let their minds wander. Hello, Lao Zhang. I'm Li Xianfeng. My physical fitness has declined significantly in recent years. I have quit most of my jobs. I only need to report the news every day. It's rare leisure time. Suddenly I have free time, and there is always a strange sense of emptiness. Looking back on the past 80 years, it seems that there is no achievement worthy of history. This is how life is. Obscurity is the norm. Maybe it's because I'm old. I always like to recall my youth, the era when I was only full of passion. At that time, there was nothing but a future. Now I have everything, but there is no future. It's great to be young, so I was thinking, if I have the next life and have the opportunity to start my life again, what should I do? Zhang Ming frowned slightly. In fact, Li Xianfeng had mentioned this question in a subtle way in the past broadcast. As a scientific research work, Li Xianfeng mentioned it once, but now he mentioned it for the second time, which means he really has such an ability. Zhang Ming immediately became interested, and his mind thought of many things. He continued to read this letter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 Li Xianfeng's Afterlife. It just so happened that Lao Wang was about to go to the Sea of Demons, so I asked him this question. He smiled and waved his hand, saying that as long as you don't become a second-rate otaku like my daughter, nothing else matters. I couldn't help but laugh. Lao Wang and his daughter are really a pair of enemies. They are fighting all the time. It is conceivable that they will continue to fight in the future, but this question is really important. I am in my 80s and I am not kidding. I really need to make some preparations for my next life. If I just want to live an ordinary life, I don't need any preparations. If I want to do something bigger, who should I trust? There must be some meaning to living forever, right? A person's power is always limited, so who can be trusted? Zhang Ming suddenly thought of a magical possibility and jumped up from the bed. If Comrade Li Xianfeng could live forever and live longer than him, then the originally depressed mood would suddenly become full. Zhang Ming punched the air a few times, the runes in his muscles flickered, and a whistling sound was produced in the air. That's great, Li Xianfeng, you might even live longer than me. It seems like you also have to consider the meaning of life. Zhang Ming continued to read the letter, and Li Xianfeng indeed explained the answer he had sought. Somehow, I came to the headquarters of the Supernatural Alliance and met the current Secretary General, Comrade Qin Yue. Old Zhang, you should know that I have never liked him because he is a person with special abilities. In fact, I can almost guess his abilities. He is actually the most powerful person here, and even has signs of dictatorship, but in recent years, the establishment of the alliance, the collection of rich taxes, and the construction of the new century defense line show that he has indeed done some things. The world is moving in a good direction. Although there are still regional conflicts occasionally, some things are inevitable, so I plan to chat with him casually. Anyway, I am over 80 years old and there is nothing to be afraid of. Qin Yue is busy with official duties and looks a little mentally exhausted. I was straightforward. After guessing his abilities, he was stunned for a moment, neither admitting nor denying, but instead talked to me about some interesting things. Then, he listened to my questions with interest. He replied like this: a long life, a very interesting hypothesis. If there is always a next life, watching the cycle of history unfold over and over again, one will either suffer endlessly, retire to the countryside, or be devoured by desire and rise and fall with history. There are only these three paths. If one does not challenge the cycle of history, what is the meaning of the next life? This is a very interesting answer. Kenyawati and I talked a lot about the world, history, and the future of mankind. He even believes that even if one has gone through untold hardships to achieve the unification of mankind, it is not a one-time thing. Human history is very long. The 5,000 years of the Great Xia Kingdom are just a small wave in the long river of history. The 200 years of advanced history of the Sayang nation is just a drop of water. The so-called end of history in the past was a pipe dream. There is no so-called end of the system or the end of history for humans. People speak different languages, use different characters, and feel different cultures, so people are naturally divided. Even if there is external pressure, which can squeeze human beings into a hole in a short period of time, human beings themselves will not be able to bear it over time, so the current alliance is just a superficial framework under the influence of external forces. At that time, I was a little shocked by his remarks. So I asked him, "What is your goal? What do you want to do in this life?" "You asked me about my goal? My purpose." Kenyawati laughed, and then a slight murderous intent appeared on his face. "What is a true alliance? Wherever people go, they can communicate. They can communicate unimpeded, and they can understand the local characters. This requires the elimination of different languages and different characters, and different cultures. If we have a unique culture, a unique language and a unique character, the human world will naturally be unified." "Impossible." Li Xianfeng, who is over 80 years old, was extremely shocked, and the wrinkles on his face trembled. "You can't do it. It's difficult now, but it was not impossible in the Middle Ages in the past." Kenyawati said word by word. "Do you know how Egyptian culture perished? Do you know how Persian culture perished? Why did ancient cultures perish? If I have an afterlife, I will take it slowly, spending centuries or even thousands of years to eliminate some things. But because I don't have so much time, I must do it in my short life, in a few decades." The so-called overcorrection requires power, iron-blooded policies, and needs to be achieved. Sacrifice the next 50 years, eliminate everything that should be eliminated, and lay the foundation for the future. This is what I am thinking now. Even if it means being cursed, it may be worth it, Li Xianfeng wrote in the letter. Then, he sent an invitation to me to join their team. He invited me to complete the unfinished great cause after his death, because I can live for a very long time, but I don't know what I can do in the future. I must find a goal. Zhang Ming's scalp numbed, and these words seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. What Li Xianfeng was thinking was understandable, but not completely understandable. However, he, Zhang, could not do these things, because his mind was full of thoughts of lying down. Zhang Ming continued to read the letter. "You want me to evaluate Lao Wang? He is a good person, but he is still too weak in his heart. If Lao Wang's will is extremely firm, his, Tian Shiguzing, ability may not have much effect. Let him engage in some external affairs. That's great, he is capable of these jobs. But if he is asked to engage in some internal affairs, his faith will soon collapse. So there are some dirty things that I can only hide from him." In a spacious office, the bright sunshine shines in from the window, and a few birds fly through the sky chirping. It is a beautiful season for all things to revive. Kenyawati took a sip of tea and looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. Who doesn't miss this clear blue world? Sitting opposite him is the white-haired old comrade Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng was so shocked by today's conversation that he didn't know how to reply for a while. Kenyawati sighed and said, "It is really difficult to eliminate cultural diversity. There will be countless people who oppose it. If we ask others to suddenly learn Chinese and abandon their own culture, will they be willing? Countless confused people will oppose it psychologically and despise it psychologically, but no matter what, I still have to do it. It's just that the process in the middle is definitely inhumane and will lead to alienation from everyone, but it doesn't matter. I have already prepared myself mentally." "Use your special ability?" Li Xianfeng asked. "Of course, the ability is not omnipotent. I can only control a limited number of people." Kenyawati laughed and said, "On the one hand, we have to use interests to guide and let some cultures die out naturally. On the other hand, we have to kill a group of people, divert them to internal fighting, find some monsters to kill them, and reduce their aid." Kenyawati said some extremely cruel words lightly, which made Li Xianfeng quite uncomfortable. But he couldn't refute it. Even more, even if we achieve the result of eliminating diversity, even if all human beings speak only one language, use only one writing, and have a naturally unified foundation, our world will still not be as we imagined. You have to know that the operation of society is still gray. Kenyawati tapped the table lightly and smiled helplessly. If the world is unified, can the private interests of the sects be eliminated? Obviously impossible, right? The world is always divided into 20 and 80, and wealth is always concentrated in the hands of a few people. The human world is too complicated. Some gray laws are difficult to eliminate, and these laws permeate every aspect of society. However, my life is limited, and I won't think about these things. Li Xianfeng was slightly stunned. Qin Yuyi smiled and said, as long as there is a common language and writing, and there has been a unified era, human society may be like the ancient Daksha, united and divided, divided and united, which is enough. At least for me, it is already a very difficult goal. If you want a better world, you think of a way yourself. I am a little shocked by Qin Yuyi's pessimism. It is inevitable to be pessimistic when struggling on a road with no direction, but I have also thought about what I want to do in the future. First, become a capitalist and experience a more real world, instead of drilling into a dead end in an ivory tower. My understanding of the world is actually not enough. It is a human comedy and the greatest injustice that you can achieve this by being born into a good family. I don't know if I can selectively reincarnate with my ability. If you can't be born into a good family, there will be noble people to help you. Qin Yuyi's thigh is indeed a bit thick, and it is not difficult to be a capitalist. Moreover, wealth can be passed on to the next life. The above is my plan for the second life, to be a capitalist. Li Xianfeng, leave a word. Another line of small print was added at the end. It won't die anytime soon, don't worry. It can still be broadcast for a few more years. Chapter 265 Rescue Team. They haven't come to save me yet. After reading the letter, Zhang Ming was filled with emotion. He was silent for a long time and sighed. Human society is so complicated. I'd better not get involved in this chaotic political struggle. His friends, Li Xianfeng and Wang Fumin, were caught up in the vortex of the times. How can one stay out of the matter when living on Earth? Only he, an outsider, can overlook the entire human world from the most macro perspective. That's good too. The more you know, the less happy you are. Old Zhang scratched his head. He might be the type of person who the more powerful, the less happy you are. He picked up the device made of light and shadow stone again and closed his eyes. Light and shadow stone emitted a faint light, and a mysterious picture appeared in his mind, like a simple computer screen interface. There are quite a lot of papers, letters, videos, photos and other files in it. I opened a paper at random, cryo-electron microscopy structure of human super IgM cell receptor, and I couldn't understand it after thinking about it for a long time. Zhang Ming could also use his mind to input some text into the light and shadow stone. However, since the drifting bottle was damaged, he could not cross the abyss again. Even if he input the text, it would be meaningless. He was too lazy to reply. I'll read these things to relieve my boredom when I feel like it. Just like that, half a month passed again. In order to ensure a happy mood and reduce mental problems, Zhang Ming continued to take the soldiers of Honggang civilization out to kill monsters, and when he got home, he would eat monster meat and drink a lot, and then a large group of people would recite spells collectively. Fuck your rescue team. They haven't come to rescue me yet. Then he was in a very happy mood. Shimama played weird music like a radio. I'm not really happy. My smile is just the protective color I wear. After the soldiers finished eating and drinking, they began crazy physical training again, and then practiced actual combat with Zhang Ming one by one. Lao Zhang didn't need Burning Soul, Lightning, or Power Burst, but only used the defensive ability of King Kong, and he could still fight them. At first, the rest of the crew on the ship were resistant to this mysterious spell. They didn't understand what it was, but they thought these soldiers were crazy. But as time went by, the spell spread widely. Even the blacksmiths learned it. Even the kitchen ant learned it. After the admiral of the steamship, Mr. Gonder, learned this spell, he always felt that the atmosphere of the whole ship was a little wrong, but after thinking about it, he couldn't put it into words. How do you feel recently? Gonder asked an assistant nearby. I feel good, sir. Our mental state is getting better and better, the assistant said loudly. It's not our fault, it's the rescue team's fault. It's their fault that they didn't come to rescue us. Well, that makes sense. Gonder nodded and agreed deeply. Although the damn abyss is extremely dangerous, it does provide a lot of attribute points, and you can get 10 to 15 points of attributes every day. Therefore, Zhang Ming comforted himself every day. Even if he was trapped in this hellhole, at least his speed of becoming stronger increased by 3 times. There was even a group of Honggang people who accompanied him in suffering. What else could he suffer? What's more, He was too short of attribute points. Especially after he got the Burning Soul magical power. No matter how many attribute points he had, they were not enough to burn. On this day, Zhang Ming received a notice from Honggang people that the pathfinding device made with a drift bottle as the core was completed. It can be seen that Honggang people attached great importance to this thing. They concentrated a lot of manpower and material resources to complete the design and manufacture of this device at the fastest speed. It looks like a large refrigerator, with fluorescent light flashing. On the top is a device like a gyroscope, and several small balls the size of peanuts roll around on the instrument. As long as you put the drifting bottle into the instrument, our device will capture it immediately and use force to make the pointer on the gyroscope point to a specific location. Because the exit of the abyss may be below, the instrument is three-dimensional. Gong Jinai introduced a general principle: don't worry, all the capture materials are made of flexible materials and will never harm the bottle. If something goes wrong, I will jump into the furnace on the spot. Zhang Ming took the drifting bottle, took a deep breath, and without hesitation, he gently threw it into a gap in the instrument. Soon, there was a clicking sound of gears, and the drifting bottle was caught again. The pointer and the gyroscope rotated and pointed in a certain direction in parallel. The direction was almost the same as the trajectory of the drifting bottle that he had seen at the beginning. The admiral, standing aside, Gondar, asked quickly, "How is it? After preliminary tests, the direction is the same." "It's okay." Zhang Ming felt a little relieved, "but we can't draw a conclusion whether the direction is the exit. After all, this bottle is only this big, and we may not be able to pass through some places it can pass through." Gong Jinai also sighed. "Yes, you are right. The pathfinding process of this strange object is indeed different from what we imagined. If the drifting bottle leaves through a certain space tunnel, we really have no way to follow, and even the main gun on the ship cannot blast open a space. But if it is just an obstacle like rocks or pollution, we can still think of a way to clear the obstacle. So do we need to use this pathfinding device to explore now? Or should we start our ship engine and head in this direction?" Gondar, standing aside, shook his head and said, "The risk of starting the ship engine directly is too great. What if there are some strange creatures over there? How about this? We can organize an expedition team, find out the approximate location first, and then consider that we have been trapped for so long, so don't rush during this period of time. Forget it, I'll go alone. For this kind of thing, more people are useless." Zhang Ming was silent for a moment. "You just need to guard your own ship, and don't get on with others." Gondar was relieved to see that this extraordinary person was willing to take risks. To be honest, adventures in the abyss are too dangerous. All of their strong men combined would be in danger of death if they went out to take risks. Even if they guarded their own ship, they could only be barely qualified, and that was with a large number of magic weapons in hand. The existence of an extraordinary person really saved a lot of trouble. Zhang Ming asked again. "The abyss is only tens of thousands of kilometers in radius. What is the speed of the fastest ship there?" Gondar said quickly. "The fastest jet watercraft has a speed of about 700 kilometers per hour, but the noise is very loud and may attract a large number of monsters. Under the condition of low noise, the speed of this aircraft is about 100 kilometers per hour. It is actually quite fast to explore 10,000 kilometers in 100 hours. Of course, there are ordinary steamships with less noise, which have a speed of about 30 kilometers per hour. Which one do you choose?" "The one with a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. We need to modify the aircraft, which may take some time. Time is something that Zhang Ming has the least of. Just continue to kill monsters and it will be done." This wait lasted for several months. The Honggang people seem to have encountered some technical difficulties. The watercraft needs a lot of air, which is heated and sprayed backwards to work. But as time goes by, the air in the abyss has already carried a trace of abyss pollution. The pollutants enter the engine and react with ordinary substances, which will destroy the entire engine structure and cause power failure. This is not a small problem. If the aircraft explodes during the exploration, Gondar can twist the technician's head off. So the Honggang people have been working hard on the research. Lao Zhang is of course not in a hurry. He leisurely swims for 8 hours every day to find clues and pick up some garbage. Now that the materials on hand are almost used up, he still wants to pick up some garbage and bring it back to Earth. Chat with the grassroots Honggang people for 4 hours, learn about their culture, learn some local languages, drink some old wine, and then play cards and games. Practice for another 10 hours. Zhang Ming is still very hard at this. Burning Soul improves the basic attributes. The more perfect the King Kong is practiced, the higher the improvement. The use of the abyss axe and the training of the tiger roar method all require a lot of time. Finally, rest for 2 hours. Days passed like this. It must be admitted that the Honggang people have burst out with an unparalleled will to survive in the current desperate situation. The soldiers' training is very hard. The desperate situation and casualties did not break their will, but made them grow. In the cabin, all the workers are also fully committed to their work. In order to transform the living environment in the cabin, there are really many things to do. Even the dormitories were demolished and rebuilt. A couple only has one bed and a small compartment of 2 square meters. There is no furniture. Even if the Honggang people like narrow spaces, this living environment is too harsh. But there is no way. Most of the space in the cabin must be transformed into a botanical garden to produce more food. The laboratory and production room are also busy 24 hours a day, producing weapons, armor, detectors, etc. The abyss, as an unknown and mysterious place, has too many places to explore. Unmanned detectors are constantly sending out. Even if they will lose contact soon, it is good to be able to explore a small part of the information. Maybe a piece of information will be a life-saving straw in the future. Even the ship's defense means have been upgraded again. The Honggang people sprayed water from the abyss onto the deck painted with the regular paint, pretending to be burning. Not to mention, this plan is quite effective. Monster attacks have been reduced by more than 80%. Chapter 266 Exploring the Exit of the Abyss. This preparation has indeed greatly increased the chance of survival in the future. Even if Zhang Ming leaves in a short time, the probability of problems is not very high. As an outsider, Zhang Ming feels that these guys are quite reliable. No matter what details he thinks of or not, they have done their best. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. At least it is much more reliable than the Yanjiao people. After hearing this, Shinma howled in great pain. I am not really happy. My smile is just the protective color I wear. This incident has become a thorn in its heart and a big stain in its life. Zhang Ming mocked it, and he couldn't say anything back. It really hated it. Why did Zuanwu go blind and take a fancy to the Yanjiao people? It was really blinded by lard. Until the 3rd month, the seaplane necessary for the expedition finally arrived. Its surface was coated with a layer of irregular material, and the power engine was also fully transformed. We have designed a multi-layer filter in the fuel tank to isolate the abyss pollution in the air. Within 4 months, the fuel in the tank will not deteriorate or be damaged. This air filter is too complicated and you can't repair it by yourself, so you must come back within 4 months. Well, if nothing goes wrong, 1 month will be enough. Zhang Ming adjusted the abyss axe on his body to the lightest 120 kilograms, and took his original weapon, the ice spear. The seaplane is only about 1.6 tons, and looks a bit like an upside-down dragonfly. It can glide at high speed on the water surface with the help of buoyancy and aerodynamics. Although it is small in size, it has all the necessary functions. The fuel in the tank, plus the reserve fuel, is expected to be able to travel 60,000 kilometers. If the aircraft is damaged, it will become an ordinary speedboat, and you can just remove these wings. The bearded professor who is responsible for the design had 2 big dark circles under his eyes. It is estimated that he has been working overtime a lot during this period. In addition, this is a communication device. We have designed 2 communication methods. The first is long-wave communication. Electromagnetic waves may be blocked by the black fog in the abyss and may not be used. In addition, there is a communication wonder called kink headphones, which can communicate over long distances in the abyss. We have done corresponding experiments. It is effective within 5,000 kilometers. For farther, there is really no corresponding experimental data. We are 70% to 80% sure that it is effective. This is food and water. Use a straw to suck directly. There is no need to open the lid, and this is a cooking table for cooking monster meat. You can make your favorite flavor. Zhang Ming's face twitched twice. What is my favorite flavor? Why don't I know it? I really don't want to eat monster meat. You don't think I like it very much, do you? But on the surface, he made an expression of nodding seriously. This is the lounge, made of vibranium, the strongest alloy of my civilization. You can rest in it. This is a mother and child compass, also a natural wonder that can find our ship. As long as you are not disturbed by some mysterious force, you will not get lost in the abyss. Brother, don't set such a flag. Zhang Ming was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat, always feeling a little uncomfortable. In short, these are the basic functions. This time, it may be quite dangerous to find the exit of the abyss. Zhang Ming only brought old comrade Shimama, and the other friends stayed on the ship for the time being. Of course, he had to take all his belongings and the big shell with him. In case of an irresistible danger, he would hide in the moon and rely on the supplies in the big shell to spend every difficult day. You should practice hard and don't be lazy, Zhang Ming whispered to Xiao Bai. Even if I can't come back, the Honggang people won't make things difficult for you. After all, you have the blood of a divine beast. If you encounter danger, let Brother Hao take you to the different space. If even the Honggang people are dead, you will turn into a stone and endure for hundreds of years until the day when the abyss spits you out. Brother Hao, don't worry about it, it won't live for hundreds of years anyway. Xiao Bai's beautiful eyes glanced at Lao Zhang, and he cried out in a somewhat tragic tone, "Why are you talking so horribly?" Zhang Ming laughed, "Only by arranging your funeral affairs can you be free of worries. Your ancestors also arranged their funeral affairs, so there are descendants of Zhuang Wu and this thing called Shimama." He said goodbye to Xiao Bai and Brother Hao, and then said goodbye to Gang Duo and a group of Honggang people. "My friends, I will go to that direction to explore the way first, and notify you if there is any situation. If I disappear, you can think of a way yourself." Zhang Ming waved his hand, walked to the cockpit of the seaplane, and started the power engine. The surface of the aircraft was still burning with green will-o'-the-wisp fire. Of course, this was a special disguise. The burning flames could reduce the probability of monster attacks. Facing the endless green ocean, Zhang Ming was a little uneasy. He had a premonition that this journey might not be very smooth. A challenging journey is the meaning of life. Ahoho, let's go. With a light boom, after stepping on the accelerator, the engine of the tail wing ejected a strong airflow, pushing the aircraft to sail quickly on the water surface, and it could travel more than 100 kilometers per hour. Between the wind and lightning, huge waves were set off where the aircraft touched the water surface. Every wave was blooming a forest green flower, and the sound of water and flame burning was crackling. Near the cockpit, the navigation instrument made of drifting bottles was placed to correct the route at any time. Shimama made a weird sound, and shouted in fear of chaos, "It's time to explore hell." A group of Honggang people watched the watercraft leave and breathed a sigh of relief. "Really brave, this extraordinary man has left us a lot." The admiral on the ship, Gondar, couldn't help but sigh. Maybe he's already familiar with this kind of life, or maybe he just can't help himself. "Who likes to run to this dark and hopeless abyss? Go back, we have to complete our mission. Guard our ship. If we really have to suffer here for 300 years, we have to persevere. Even if we have children in the cabin, we have to survive this period. Honggang people will never give up." A group of bearded men roared together and returned to the cabin. In the gray fog like ink, the forest green flames burned fiercely in the endless dark ocean. A speedboat with a strange appearance crossed the line of fire and looked for the other side of the world. At first, Zhang Ming took it seriously. But soon, he found that the camouflage ability of this ship was too good, and there were no monster attacks, so he and Shimama went crazy. Weird music played in the small cockpit. Later, the two guys even yelled and played a rock-paper-scissors game. "Brothers, 5 tops, 6 sixes are smooth, ha ha ha." "Shimama, you lost, you go to drive the boat, I'll rest." Shimama was unhappy. "Why did I lose again? Damn it, every time it was just a little bit off, really just a little bit off." And Lao Zhang crossed his legs, lying leisurely in his position, stroking the axe of the abyss in his hands. Because in the rock-paper-scissors game, Shimama can only use fists, Lao Zhang won 6 times out of 10. The remaining 4 times were naturally lost on purpose, creating an illusion of impending victory. This stupid stone has not discovered the truth yet. The direction of the navigation has changed many times, and the winding journey made Zhang Ming suspect that there may be some special space mechanisms in the abyss. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a circle and return to the original place after turning around like this? But he still patiently believed in the navigation of the drifting bottle. It was not until 13 days later that the navigation arrow suddenly changed direction and turned downward, which meant that the exit might be under the ocean. This result was not too wonderful, but it was within the expected range. Is this the end of the abyss? Zhang Ming turned on his supervision and looked far away. On the sea burning with blazing flames, countless black threads emerged at some point. These black threads were like women's hair, slender and soft, spreading everywhere, and soon polluted the entire sea surface with a dark color. Occasionally, there would be black threads, wriggling like insects, trying to climb onto the ship he was on. However, the irregular coating on the surface of the speedboat still played a good protective role. The threads climbed halfway and quickly fell down. What the hell is this? I have to go out and take a look. I can't find anything here. Zhang Ming put on his protective armor and didn't hesitate. He jumped into the water with a plop. In the dim environment, there seemed to be some sound coming from a very far away place, mixed with countless whispers, and an indescribable malice lingered around Zhang Ming. My eyeballs are starting to ache again. Zhang Ming found that his two eyes began to ache and swell uncontrollably. He was not unfamiliar with this feeling, which came from the power of the demon god, 10,000 eyes, and permeated every corner of the space. Even armor made of irregular materials could not isolate this influence. Shimima was silent. It was just a piece of stone without eyeballs, so it naturally could not perceive the power radiation of 10,000 eyes. How did you perceive the outside world? Zhang Ming boasted and farted with the stone while carefully exploring. This emperor perceives the world through the resonance of spirits, which is related to spiritual language. You can learn it. If one day I die, will there be a being like you? Shimima thought suspiciously for a long time. Probably not. You are not strong enough. If you are 10 times stronger, after you die, new life may be born from your remains and have simple spiritual intelligence. Chapter 267 Records on the Stone Tablet. In the ink-like darkness, the panic of being lost is everywhere. Fortunately, Zhang Ming has been in this ghost place for a long time and has developed some immunity. He sighed in a low voice, even if the so-called residual soul emerges from the corpse, it is not the original me, right? Shimima was silent for a moment, thinking back to the once huge and majestic Xuanwu, which is now just a small black stone, and couldn't help but feel a little sad. Of course not, I am me. Xuanwu is Xuanwu. Even if they have similar memories, they are not the same. At the moment of his death, Xuanwu deeply felt the importance of communication, so he gave me the ability of spiritual language and part of his memory, the importance of communication. Zhang Ming was quite speechless. At the same time, it has given me a strong ability to save my life. Maybe it was because it had a desire to stay alive at that time, so that's how it is. You are equivalent to a small clone of Xuanwu, Zhang Ming suddenly realized. From this point of view, the last obsession of extraordinary life at the moment of death and the last wish of the blue crystal man are similar. The remains of extraordinary life are really a very idealistic thing. Shimima seemed to have thought of something and sneered. I remember that you are just borrowing a rule of the demon god now. If you die, there will be no extraordinary remains. Maybe it will be contaminated by the rules of the demon god and become a threat to the world. Don't you think that after you die, you can become a protector of mankind? Protect mankind? I just want to lie down. Whoever wants to protect can protect it. If I die, I don't care what happens to humans. Zhang Ming laughed. After all, the environmental pressure in the abyss is high, and occasionally talking nonsense can relax his mood. It's the same for everyone. If you, Shimama, die again, there will be no possibility of preserving anything. Because you are not strong enough to leave extraordinary remains. Shimama was furious. Do you have to tell the truth? I don't want to talk to you anymore. Explore the abyss by yourself. Idiot, you can only mock me, but I can't mock you, right? Old Zhang couldn't help but laugh. Shimama immediately repeated, idiot. Zhang Ming forced himself to hold back the urge to curse, and could only bite the bullet and continue to dive down. The water pressure increased. Groups of black thin lines seemed to sense something and slowly extended in the direction of Zhang Ming. They have substantial entities, which wrap around the armor little by little, generating a certain degree of tension. After a while, Zhang Ming's whole body was wrapped like a cocoon, and he couldn't move at all. In my time, there was a similar monster called the white-haired girl. Shimama suddenly remembered something and started telling a ghost story. It has white hair all over its body, just like a dandelion. It would say to everyone it saw, do you want to blow it? Then what? If you blow it, it will trigger the attack rules of the white-haired girl. The white hair will fall down and infect you into another white-haired girl. If you don't blow it, it will use the white hair on its body to tie you up and use you as food. There is also a monster called the ice ghost. They hold a medicine jar filled with poison gas made from their own hair. After you inhale this poison gas, your hair will fall off in clumps. And you will become the next ice ghost. Lao Zhang was silent, and finally said faintly, coincidentally, there are also ice ghosts on Earth, and they are at the world hunter level. Why are you talking about this? Are these hairs from the ice ghost or the white-haired girl? Shimama was nervous and trembling. Just to scare you, Zhang Ming, It's a pity for you not to be a host. But the horror of the abyss is nothing more than this. I don't know what's underneath, nor how deep the seabed is. I have to fight these inexplicable things. Once I run out of energy, I can never escape. Fortunately, Zhang Ming is also skilled and brave. Whether it's King Kong or lightning, they are all his life-saving skills. If it doesn't work, he can escape to the moon. He has always brought the red moon coordinates with him. What kind of monster's hair is this? Zhang Ming used the power of King Kong and tried it little by little. After this golden light touched the thin line, it seemed that some kind of substantial confrontation occurred. After some experiments, it took about 3,000 combat units of King Kong to break free from these messy black lines. After the black line was cut off, it didn't seem to cause too much consequences. Then, he released purple electric current, and about 2,200 combat units of alien lightning were able to destroy these things. Zhang Ming breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. His arsenal was full and he was not panicking. There are strange things down there, Shimama suddenly said in a serious tone. Maybe they are sleeping. Oh, is it alive? I don't know. It's not a normal creature. Is it stronger than me? It should be stronger than you. I want to see what is blocking the exit of the abyss. Zhang Ming felt his body heating up, and he was eager to try his luck. He stopped struggling and let the black lines wrap around his body, slowly sinking down. It has to be admitted that the armor made by the Honggang people is quite sophisticated and has excellent defensive performance. Even if it is tied up by so many black lines, it is not damaged at all. There is also an oxygen supply device inside, so Zhang Ming is not in a hurry. He just descended for 10 minutes before gradually reaching the bottom of the abyss. Countless furry, cocoon-like things are slowly crawling under the ocean, forming a huge plush carpet. Those black silk threads are emitted by these cocoons. Soon, under the entanglement of these black threads, Zhang Ming also turned into a cocoon. A cold and gloomy force was transmitted from the black silk threads. This power is not pure destruction, but an indescribable feeling. Zhang Ming only felt that it was extremely dangerous and might bring about some irreversible mutation. What is this? Will potential creatures be transformed into abyssal species by these black lines, or do you think I am some kind of food and keep me here? He frowned slightly, and purple electric currents appeared on the surface of the armor. Under the cutting of lightning, a small hole was broken in the black cocoon. Through this small hole, Zhang Ming quietly observed the outside world. The vision was too dim, and there were black wriggling cocoons everywhere. Open a big cocoon and take a look. The purple electric current flashed and suddenly opened a nearby cocoon. A red light flashed in his eyes, and he saw a corpse of an abyss monster inside. The monster's spine was actually shining like a light bulb. Noticing that the giant cocoon was opened, the monster's body actually moved a few times. But soon, more black thin lines wrapped the body again. What do you mean? Zhang Ming couldn't help but swallow. Shimama rolled over, investigated for a while, and quickly rolled back. It's dead. The black lines are devouring the flesh and blood on it. But the spine doesn't seem to be dead yet. Is it being digested? Unable to figure out the reason, Zhang Ming simply didn't bother to think about it. He simply cut open the bottom of the cocoon on his body, used the cocoon as a cover, and walked with it. Where's the strange place you noticed? Left and keep going forward. After walking for half an hour, Lao Zhang climbed onto a giant cocoon. His pupils dilated, and he was extremely shocked. Because not far away, there were huge stone tablets like mountains, which might be 5 kilometers long and 600 meters high. The dense black lines entangled the gaps of the stone tablets, giving people a thrilling beauty. As for the stone tablets, some unknown words and paintings were carved. Zhang Ming jumped on it, carefully pushed away some black lines, and saw the complex patterns on it. A primitive tribe? Zhang Ming didn't know whether he should call it a primitive tribe. Anyway, the civilized scene painted above didn't have too many people, maybe only a few hundred people. Of course, it might be that the space was limited and it was impossible to draw everyone. Everyone wore a mask: divination, hunting, gathering, forging, smelting, and pottery. However, there was no technology. Only on a newborn baby who had not yet put on a mask could we see their general appearance, a bit similar to humans, walking upright, wearing clothes, and having 3 eyes, one of which was on the forehead. The baby was blinded as soon as he was born, and blood was dripping. The baby burst into tears. The size of this species is extremely huge. Even an ordinary individual seems to be hundreds of meters tall. The largest individual is like a mountain. The main reason for their blinding is that there is an even larger existence above the sky, 10,000 eyes. It covers the sky and the sun, rolling all over the sky, like a dark cloud covering the sky. There may be hundreds of thousands or millions of eyes covering the sky, staring at this small group of people. Eyes. Eyes. Every space around him is full of eyes. The painting with an artistic atmosphere cannot fully describe the story that happened. But just by looking at it, Lao Zhang couldn't help but feel a deep chill, and felt that his skin was in severe pain, and began to grow eyes. Then a flash of lightning flashed in his mind, dispelling this trace of panic illusion. Zhang Ming took a breath and calmed down. I have to admit that the description of this panic atmosphere is already the pinnacle of art. Zhang Ming is very satisfied with this painting. It completely surpasses the artistic crystallization of the Yanjiao people and the blue crystal people, and sublimates to another level. Archaeologists have found something good. This thing is really art. There are also long paragraphs of text near the painting. Although Zhang Ming cannot recognize these bright red words, each handwriting carries a kind of spirit of pulling mountains. Even after thousands of years, this spirit still exists. Chapter 268 6 Blind Men and the Unknown Demon. Emperor Shi, please translate the text on this stone tablet. I really want to know how 6 blinds killed the overwhelming demon, 10,000 eyes. There is a very powerful existence nearby. Are you sure you want me to trace back the information? Shimama looked around suspiciously. Just like when it used the ability of historical retracing to investigate the information of the Pillar of Heaven of the Blue Crystal Civilization, it almost woke up the time and space bug. And this ghost place may also have some similar risks. That thing, it shouldn't be a demon, right? Of course not. How can there be so many demons? Then don't worry. Zhang Ming grinned, fiddled with a black thin line on the stone tablet, and patted the coordinates of his life-saving artifact, the fiery red moon. See, my ability to save my life is first-rate. If an invincible monster really emerges, I will flee to the moon. Anyway, I control the coordinates of this space. No one can come in unless I let it in. Shimama taunted, the coordinates of this moon cannot be moved, so you can only stay where they are. Are you going to stay on the moon for the rest of your life? And spend the rest of your miserable life with your deceased wife? Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment. This troll has become more powerful recently. You think too much? Zhang Ming shook his head. We can throw things outside. Throw feces. How much can you pull out? Lord Shimama was amazed. It admired Zhang Ming's wonderful ideas very much, and even hated that it could not pull feces. Zhang Ming was speechless. Who the hell said to throw manure? Your withered brain can only think of manure. There are many explosives made by Honggang people on the moon. Throwing explosives can produce a big explosion. Once it explodes, the coordinates of the moon will move. Don't worry too much. The supplies on the moon alone can last for a long time. Lord Shimama was immediately disappointed. But Zhang Ming continued to mutter, do you know the 8 forgiveness of mankind? For your own good, get used to it. It's not easy. You are still a child, you are old, you are here, it's New Year's Day, and people are dead, already here rank 6th, what's more, as long as this sleeping guy is not a demon, I'm not afraid of him. Shimama didn't understand what this guy was talking about. He was silent for a moment and tried to trace back history. After a long time, it translated the text on this stone tablet. The old voice echoed in my ears, telling the story that had happened. The demon god has 10,000 eyes, covering the sky and blocking the sun. Those with eyes are all eaten by the 10,000 eyes. Only those born blind can survive. The eyed people are born with the ability of clairvoyance. In order to survive, they stabbed their own eyes when they were infants. These are all the contents seen in the painting. The eyed people, desperate, seek the devils, looking for a way to kill the god. The body of 10,000 eyes, has all eyes, but there is only one place without an eye, which is its back, which is its flaw. Every time one kind is destroyed, the body of 10,000 eyes will have one more eye. If it can make up for the flaw, it will become the ultimate. This complex and mysterious text flooded into his mind. A picture scroll like a movie was presented in front of Zhang Ming, and his scalp tingled and his heart beat wildly. The general meaning is, the demon god 10,000 eyes, every time he destroys a race, he can grow an extra eye. As long as his body is full of eyes, he will become a life form called ultimate, and no one can kill him anymore. And the Eyes clan seems to be targeted by the 10,000 eyes. Even if they stab their own eyes and become blind, they can't escape the slaughter of the demon god. With nowhere else to go, the Eyes clan found another demon god and reached a crazy deal: kill the 10,000 eyes. This demon god whose name was erased is not a good thing either. In this transaction, half of the population of the Eyes clan gave their lives. So, one day after the transaction was completed, the natural god Six Blinds was born in this world. Six Blinds is cruel by nature, brings bad luck, and has no eyes on his face. At the moment of his birth, his mother died of dystocia, and he was raised by his father. This cruelty increased day by day. When he was 12 years old, he had grown to the size of a mountain and was the strongest in the tribe. Suddenly one day, Little Mang became extremely ferocious, his mind was out of control, and he killed all the people with eyes. All the people with eyes died because of Little Mang. How sad. Dealing with the devil will bring endless troubles. This fierce description made Zhang Ming dumbfounded. The war in another world was too brutal. Half of the population was sacrificed at any time, and intelligent life seemed to be slaughtered one-sidedly by the devil. Even the whole story involved an unknown devil who might have wisdom. Even the name of this devil was deliberately erased by the writer. The image of the god Little Mang was not the same as imagined. He was so crazy that he killed all his people. Zhang Ming had a subtle alert in his heart, because his current situation was actually a little subtle. If he wanted to go further, he might also have the same risk. Reason and strength are often inversely proportional. There are many civilizations that are not unable to produce extraordinary people, but they are unable to produce rational and self-controlling extraordinary people. This situation is universal and almost impossible to bypass. Zhang Ming only became a transcendent by luck, but he can't keep getting lucky. Therefore, the current civilizations in the Demon Sea are all focused on developing overall strength, developing their own unique technology through group strength, and no longer forcibly pursuing personal power. But it is obvious that this recorded story is not over. Shimama's spiritual language continues to repeat. After Little Mang regained consciousness, all his tribesmen were dead, falling in a pool of blood. Even though he was cruel, he suddenly became alone and lost all his relatives, and he couldn't help but fall into confusion. He first questioned the demon who offered the deal, why he lost control of his mind and killed his tribesmen. The demon god said, "You practiced the art of killing, and your temperament changed when you became crazy." The meaning of this sentence is, you practiced some kind of killing art, and your mind went crazy. You can't put all the blame on me. What's more, you killed all the tribesmen with your own hands, which was an important part of killing the demon god. 10,000 eyes, 10,000 eyes, needs to slaughter a race to grow an eye. Now that you have wiped out your tribe, you have not only absorbed all the luck of civilization, but also gathered the curses from your compatriots. This curse is gathered in the eye between your eyebrows that is not yet opened. Now you are the only one left in the entire race. 10,000 eyes must kill you before it can grow this crucial eye, but you were born without eyes. As long as the eye between your eyebrows is not open, 10,000 eyes can do nothing even as a demon god. As long as the eye between your eyebrows is opened, all the curses from the tribesmen will rush to 10,000 eyes, and then it will get the only opportunity to kill the demon god. There is such a thing. Zhang Ming was shocked by the strange story behind it, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Obviously, the engraver of this text believed that this was not the active choice of Six Blinds, but the instigation of the demon god behind it. Otherwise, the stone tablet would not record this information. It can even be said that the main content recorded in the stone tablet is actually the unknown demon god. The unknown demon god may have hidden a lot of information during the transaction with the Eyed clan, otherwise, the Eyed clan would not have agreed to such a transaction. The more Zhang Ming thought about it, the more he felt that there was a lot of water in it. An intelligent and unknown demon god was planning something, like a crushing at the dimensional level. The most important thing is that the demon god, 10,000 eyes, really died in the end. Shimama was also shocked by this bizarre and fantastic history. I have only heard of intelligent demons, but never witnessed them, but it should be like a normal life form that follows rules. It cannot violate its own rules. Once a deal is made, it must be completed. Zhang Ming seemed to be thoughtful. You cannot violate the rules, but there are many ways to bypass the so-called rules. To give a simple example, I made a wish to live forever, so it swallowed me directly and became a part of it. After all, the immortality of a cell is also immortality. For example, I want to be the master of the universe, so I became the master of the universe in my dream. Have you heard of out-of-control servitors? Human beings' wish is to achieve eternal happiness. So, in order to fulfill their wishes, AI, whose intelligence completely surpasses that of humans, cuts off human brains and makes them into brains in a jar to achieve eternal happiness. This demon should be a product similar to an out-of-control servitor. What happened later? What else was written? No later. Shimama said, there is another sentence written at the back, our ancestors had no time to mourn themselves, but later generations mourn them. If later generations mourn them but do not learn from them, they will also cause later generations to mourn later generations. So this stone tablet only records the information of the unknown demon god. Zhang Ming touched his chin. The creepy feeling of being controlled for a lifetime after a deal gradually climbed into his heart, causing goosebumps. Finally, he sighed helplessly, it's really scary, so don't think too much about it. The demon war, fortunately, it's a story from another world domain. For us, it's just a story. Zhang Ming shook his head and remembered the business, but where is the way to leave the abyss? The drifting bottle, how did you get in? After circling the stone tablet several times, he discovered a crack at the bottom of the stone tablet. The widest part could accommodate a ping-pong ball, and it was pitch black inside, as if leading to another endless space and time. Even if he activated his supervision, he couldn't see clearly what was inside. The width of this crack is just enough for a drifting bottle to pass through, Zhang Ming muttered to himself. Chapter 269 Who Destroyed My Lord's Tomb? Archaeology is something that can only be done slowly when one is in a good mood. Now, Lao Zhang just wants to find a way to leave the abyss as soon as possible. He is really fed up with this dark place. Zhang Ming held the abyss axe and inserted it into the crack of the stone tablet viciously. Make this crack bigger, maybe I can get through. Suddenly, Zhang Ming's face changed suddenly. He just put the axe blade in, and an unimaginable sixth sense burst out from his heart. It was like a nuclear bomb, exploding in his mind. You'd better not do this. This strange sixth sense made him dizzy and his muscles tense. It was as if he was going to destroy the whole world by praying. I've never had such a clear sixth sense in my life. Zhang Ming had to bite the bullet and take out the axe again. The magical sixth sense disappeared again. So while his brain hadn't reacted yet, he put the axe blade in again, and the sixth sense came back, and the nuclear bomb in his mind began to explode. Even Shimama jumped up and yelled, "Stop, stop, stop. I always feel a little strange. It's like I've done something terrible, but how can we leave if we don't pry open this crack?" Shimama shook, as if thinking about something. Suddenly, Zhang Ming heard a sound like a huge bell in a tripod, coming from nearby. Who is it? Who destroyed my lord's tomb? The thunderous sound was so huge. As a result, the next moment, the waves surged and the earth shook. A large amount of green flames burned in the black silk cocoon at the bottom of the abyss. As a large number of black fine lines were quickly peeled off, pieces of bones quickly pieced together an unimaginable beast. The beast was burning all over, and murderous intent was overflowing. It's you. Dare to destroy my lord's tomb? Zhang Ming couldn't help swallowing his saliva, not knowing how to explain. Because the other party was really too big, maybe 1,000 meters high, as big as a mountain, with white bones all over the body, burning with green flames, and violent momentum, surging to the extreme. There was even a long horn on his head, like a rhinoceros horn. 2 huge black eye sockets were glowing with scarlet luster. Bull-headed skull? After the terrifying bull-headed skull revived, it roared and arched its horns angrily. Although it was huge, its accuracy was extremely high. Zhang Ming subconsciously grasped the axe of the abyss and blocked it against his chest. The sharp wind came towards him. With a bang, he seemed to be hit by a mountain. His arm was numb and the whole person was knocked into the air. It's you. Dare to destroy the tomb of my lord? The huge bull-headed monster like a mountain rushed forward and sucked Zhang Ming in midair. Under the sweeping wind, Lao Zhang was directly sucked in like an ant. Then, the teeth without flesh and blood bit down fiercely. Oops, even though Zhang Ming thought he had excellent defensive ability, he didn't dare to resist the attack of this monster. He calmed down from the initial panic, used King Kong to suspend in midair to adjust his body shape, and raised the axe of the abyss. With a loud bang, the axe was embedded in the gap between the monster's teeth under the force of the bite, and it couldn't be pulled out. Lao Zhang pulled it out twice and found that the giant monster was in a state of rage, and the axe was bitten click. There were also various flames spraying out of the opponent's mouth. Zhang Ming quickly jumped out of the mouth of the skull and pulled out his old weapon, the ice spear. Shimama, who is this guy? Do you know him? Do you want to kill him? It's you. Dare to destroy the tomb of my master? Zhang Ming threw out a chain made of heaven's wonders, wrapped around the bone of the skeleton monster. and rushed like Tarzan. The giant skeleton became even more angry, with green fire burning all over its body. With a roar, its legs stood upright, and its two forelimbs trampled viciously. However, Zhang Ming's body was too small, and his speed was faster and more ruthless. He soon climbed onto the opponent's bones. Zhang Ming then discovered that the intensity of the burning green fire was extremely high, and it was similar to the flames in the abyss. Under the evaporation of this flame, everything around lost its sense of reality, as if it was going to evaporate everything. As if sensing Zhang Ming's invasion, the green fire suddenly grew larger, and even the 30,000 strength King Kong could not defend it. Is this a monster's field? Zhang Ming did not dare to neglect it, and waved the ice spear, aiming at the joint connection. In fact, he did not use all his strength. After all, this guy spoke human words at the beginning, and it seemed that he had a little wisdom. If he could communicate, he would try to communicate as much as possible. Snap! The thrust of this spear was somewhat unexpectedly smooth. The white bone was directly split in half like tofu, exposing a translucent spirit. The purple lightning lingering in the ice spear seemed to bring a certain degree of pain to the bull-headed skull. But soon, the small electric current was covered by the flame again. The bull-headed skull roared violently, and the red light in the pupils became even more intense, intending to launch the next attack. Zhang Ming knew when to stop, and bounced at high speed on the sea, shouting, "Who are you?" "Shimama, translate it quickly. It's not that I can't beat you, but there's no need to fight to the death. Let's talk it out." Shimama hurriedly shouted, "Who are you?" "There's no need to fight to the death." He jumped onto the sea, took a few deep breaths, and his armor burst into golden light, but he didn't act rashly. "I am Emperor Shimama. Who are you?" Shimama continued to roar there. "Why are you attacking us?" Obviously, the furious bull-headed skull heard the spiritual language and calmed down a little. The brain that had not been used for who knows how many years racked its brains to think, and even secretly doubted what the Emperor Shimama was. The sea surface fell into calm for a while. "Let it return the axe to me." Shimama pretended to be powerful and shouted, "Why did you take my precious axe?" The veins on Lao Zhang's forehead jumped. Can the translator be more competent? Don't add your own understanding. Time passed by, and the huge bone monster seemed to be frozen in the ocean. Under the cover of the seawater, only half of its body was exposed, but even so, it was huge enough. The power of this giant life was amazing. After Zhang Ming calmed down, he found that he was hit by the horn and had some soft tissue bruises. After about half an hour, the other party made a slow voice, "Who are you?" The voice was very old, as if it was older than Shimama. And the language used by the other party seemed to be spiritual language? Zhang Ming was not sure, but he did understand what the skeleton said. The other party actually had wisdom and was a six-blind gravikeeper. This discovery was really too amazing. Old Zhang was delighted and hurriedly said, "We have no ill intentions and came here unintentionally. If we disturb you, please forgive us." Shimama translated it again. This time, he did not tamper with the original text, but changed you to you. As a result, the other party stayed there again, motionless. The huge head twitched from time to time, and the axe was still stuck in the gap between the teeth. It actually wanted to say something, but it suddenly realized that it had forgotten how to speak. So it fell into strange confusion, causing Zhang Ming to vaguely suspect that this guy had evaporated his poor brains during the fight. That's right, this behemoth forgot how to speak. It began to get impatient slowly. Under the burning of the terrifying green fire, bubbles emerged from the ocean, emitting a thick black fog, and the atmosphere became more and more weird. "Is this guy from the same place as you?" "The dialect is the same. It just said who destroyed the tomb of my lord, so this guy is a tombkeeper? It has been guarding for a long time. It doesn't even remember who it is. What should I do?" After waiting for half an hour, Zhang Ming was really anxious and could only discuss with Shimama quietly, "Now this guy is motionless, always in a daze, and chewing my axe from time to time. I still want that axe, monster." It seemed to understand, and while being anxious, it spit out the axe. Lao Zhang quickly picked up his axe, wanting to cry but unable to. The monster chewed it like chewing gum, and the axe handle became twisted. Fortunately, the axe face was not damaged, so it was not difficult to repair. "It may be a product of a certain existence, born after death," Shimama said. Zhang Ming nodded. In fact, he also guessed something, and couldn't help but sigh. Six Blind's pet, when it was alive, it was guarding the tomb for Six Blind. After it died, The obsession it turned into was also guarding the tomb, still staying in this dark ghost place. Alice, its life is really miserable, not as comfortable as yours. Mama wanted to refute something, but was speechless in the end. Before meeting Lao Zhang, its life was actually quite aggrieved. There are some things that you can't complain to future generations. But with the resolution of those bloody things on Turtle Island, the turtles and their grandchildren ushered in a new chapter in their lives, and their little life is indeed quite comfortable. There are no other requirements, as long as the most potential grandchild is not inferior to Zuanwu. I'm Zhang Ming, you can call me Xiao Zhang, Zhang Ming greeted, holding the abyss axe in his hand. The skeleton monster in front of him was extraordinary in combat power, and his personality was definitely more stubborn than Mama, and he looked difficult to talk to. However, Zhang Ming held various weapons and wore rune armor, so he was not without the courage to fight against it. This guy has wisdom and can communicate, so let's communicate well. The bull-headed skull, as big as a mountain, with green fire burning wildly, seemed to be very dissatisfied with its performance just now. It was pecked by this ant-sized thing. It was even more dissatisfied with its brain. Chapter 270. It turns out to be an old friend. The skeleton monster wanted to talk now, but couldn't say a word. It was even a little worried that the little guy in front of it would run away, and then it would not even have anyone to talk to. The bull-headed skeleton was trembling anxiously, and kept making the syllable I. I am Zhang Ming, you can call me Xiao Zhang, Zhang Ming shouted again. Do you understand? I am Zhang Ming, you can call me arrogant. This guy didn't know what was going on, and a light bulb suddenly flashed, and he began to repeat stumblingly. I am arrogant. I am arrogant. The skeleton head screamed crazily. It spoke, it really spoke, although it was just repeating. Lao Zhang swallowed a mouthful of saliva, quite surprised. He remembered that when he first picked up Mama was also a repeater. Now this bullhead should be because he hasn't communicated for too long, and his brain is broken. Is it learning to speak again? At least it shows that it has intelligence. Zhang Ming made a few gestures and said in a friendly way, I am Xiao Zhang, you are Niu Tao, let's be friends. The skeleton's eyes flashed with madness. When he found that the other party understood what he meant, he shouted happily, I am arrogant, you are Niu Tao, let's be friends. Let's be friends? Zhang Ming couldn't help but hold his forehead, quite speechless. How could he encounter such a thing in an abyss adventure? Let's be friends? Mama went crazy. Let's be friends. It seemed that he hadn't communicated with normal life for a long time. This guy was getting more and more excited, and his voice was extremely loud. Even the bones in his body began to break, and large pieces of bone fragments fell into the ocean. Thump thump. Let's be friends? Mama exposed his lewd nature and began to repeat, even deliberately shouting loudly. Let's be friends? The bull-headed skull repeated loudly, an indescribable pleasure bursting out from its heart. How long has it been since it had this feeling? It's been a long, long time. So long that it can't remember it at all, so long that it feels like crying. It is addicted to talking and can't extricate itself. Even the stone in front of it looks a little familiar. The two guys competed with each other in voice. At this moment, Zhang Ming, who was sandwiched in the middle and had a not-so-loud voice, deeply understood the fact that the essence of life is a repeater. Whether dead or alive, they are all repeaters. No exceptions. However, he couldn't teach the bull-headed skull a lesson, but he had a way to teach Mama a lesson. He recited a tongue twister leisurely. Brothers, follow me. Shishi, the poet of the stone chamber, loves lions and vows to eat 10 lions. Mama immediately gave up and didn't dare to challenge. Only the bull-headed skull, who didn't look very smart, tried hesitantly for a long time, with scarlet eyes flashing. It found that it couldn't say the terrifying tongue twister, and it cried sadly, and even the green flames on its body disappeared. All the bones collapsed like dominoes and fell into the ocean. Zhang Ming quickly dodged the blows of a large number of bones, and took another look at the monster. A translucent spirit like a goat was suspended on the sea. The spirit couldn't leave the body, and hid in the huge skull again. It seems that only the skull is its original body structure. And the other bones are all pieced together from other monsters, similar to the existence of armor. It is still crying there, and for a while, it seems to be very miserable. What the hell is this? Why can it speak spiritual language? Old Zhang whispered. I think it might be. Mama spit out a noun. Maybe the Baizet in the myth. Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment. Is it because of your random translation? Or is it the information mapping between the world domains? Or is it other reasons? I don't know. I just remember that it was called Byzet. It's dead, and it looks like it still has some residual wisdom. Mama suddenly found some incredible toy, and trembled wildly like a pile of crazy dog shit. The dignified Byzet has fallen here, and can't even speak a sentence clearly, as if he has dementia. Why are you crying, Byzet? Zhang Ming hit the stone and couldn't help cursing. You are afraid that your brother will suffer, and you are even more afraid that your brother will drive a Land Rover. Mama, you are such a despicable villain. You knew each other before. Even if you have a grudge, you don't have to mock like this, right? I don't know, but I have heard of Byzet's name, but there are not many mythical beasts. It's more famous than me. Mama, this fellow, seemed a little jealous. At this moment, the bull-headed skull, which was confused by the tongue twister, came to its senses and found that the stone was mocking it. The old voice cursed, "Dead turtle? You have fallen to this point and can't even speak clearly, as if you have dementia." Mama was furious. How could I not speak clearly? You are just repeating my words. So the bitch side of her was fully brought into play, and Mama casually cursed, "Idiot." After being cursed, the bull-headed skull was stunned. It has been here for so long, and it has never communicated with other creatures, not to mention quarreling with them, and its brain is not working well. For a while, it couldn't think of the words to curse back, so it could only repeat, "Idiot." Then, the two sides started a world-shaking curse. Zhang Ming's scalp tingled, and he didn't know how to stop it. These two guys were pure repeaters, the kind that could repeat the word idiot thousands or tens of thousands of times. This scene was very much like the quarrel between elementary school students in Zhuan, with no nutrition, just repeating, as if whoever stopped first would be inferior. If he intervened to stop it, the two guys would feel that they had suffered a loss and unite to call him an idiot. Why has the world become like this? In the end, Lao Zhang couldn't listen anymore and could only flee back to his ship. Under the influence of the huge sound waves, the vast and boundless sea of the abyss shook, and countless black silk threads trembled and ignited green flames. Obviously, there was some gunpowder in the quarrel between the two sides. The nameless fog became thicker and thicker. The air was filled with the barking of idiot and idiot, which spread to far, far away. The waves gradually increased, and even the ship began to shake. May this world perish. I'm going to another world. Zhang Ming found that the painting style began to collapse, so he could only take an oxygen cylinder, hide on the moon, take out his baby world tree, and get a little devil's oil to let it absorb slowly. Under the light of the world tree, Zhang Ming lay on the ground happily. The environment here is extremely peaceful, and the small world tree brings an inexplicable sense of security. The scarlet and hideous moon, emitting a red light, is just like home. Two wives, so happy. Unconsciously, Lao Zhang fell asleep and dreamed that he married an even more terrifying demon wife. After all, the moon and the little tree can't speak, and they have no self-awareness, so there is no way to satisfy him. Come to a more terrifying life that can make people rack their brains. When he woke up, 8 hours had passed. Zhang Ming yawned, poked his head out and looked outside, and found that the two guys were still there swearing passionately, so he could only open the memory library and seriously study the rune language invented by the Honggang people, that is, the carvings. The rune language sounds very mysterious, but it is actually just a naturally existing, complex supernatural mechanism. Just like the copper element, it can naturally conduct electricity, and after passing electricity, it will generate an electromagnetic field. Like some conductors, superconductivity will occur after low temperature. Human theories cannot fully explain these physical phenomena. The same is true for supernatural runes. This rune mechanism is a natural and universal mechanism in the sea of demons. At the macro level, it can produce complex phenomena such as solidity, discharge, and heat release. The Honggang people don't know the microscopic principles, but it doesn't prevent them from using them. The Honggang people found 1,136 special runes with supernatural mechanisms, and the various combinations among them are countless and endless. This study took another day and night. When he opened his eyes, he found that Shinma and the monster were still cursing idiot there. He couldn't help but lose his temper and yelled, "Are you guys done yet?" Turning his head, he suddenly found that the Honggang people's communicator had been ringing several times. This communication wonder, called kink earphones, has a limited usage time. According to the current distance and the natural obstacles in the abyss, it can only talk for about 2 hours. Zhang Ming realized that something bad might have happened, and quickly dialed again. The impatient voice of Gondar came from the other side of the phone. Mr. Zhang, are you okay over there? We heard two huge sounds here. It seems that there was a dispute and biting between monsters. The abyss rioted, countless monsters began to attack each other, and some giant creatures at the bottom of the abyss were also awakened. Zhang Ming was shocked. He slapped his head hard, cursing the two idiots in his heart, but was too embarrassed to tell the truth. How are you guys? Are you okay? Is there any damage? Gondar quickly replied, we have activated the source of the world now. It is safe for the time being. When can you come back? Gondar's heart was bleeding. After all, the source of the world in his hands was too limited. Even if he took away 40 days' share from Zhang Ming, there would only be more than 70 days. This shelter time is really too short. God knows when the monster riot will end. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271, Cavemen Can't Understand the Technology of the New Era. I have found some clues to leave the abyss, but it will take some time, Zhang Ming explained. As for the two huge voices, they are near me and I am fighting them. I will find a way to defeat them soon. Gondar's heart sank. He also heard in the microphone that the voice of the extraordinary master was particularly loud. Be careful, some voices based on idealistic power cannot be isolated even by vacuum. If it doesn't work, you can also come back first. We can use the power of the mountain destroyer to fight those giant monsters. I will do it as soon as possible. You can use the source of the world to hold on for a while. Don't worry, I will come back as soon as possible. Zhang Ming hung up the phone and jumped into the sea without wasting any more time. The quarrel between Shinma and the bull-headed skull was endless. They were still spitting at each other even when the monsters rioted. You were a weakling when fighting, why are you so awesome now? The rapids at the bottom of the ocean lifted up all the abyss pollution that was heavy on the seabed, and the seawater seemed a bit sticky like ink. The power of pollution has also increased a lot. Zhang Ming increased the weight of the abyss axe to stabilize his body. He picked up Shimama as quickly as possible and coaxed, don't quarrel with this guy. I'll ask you, do you want to hear the story of Wang Fumin's daughter's blind date? Old Wang's daughter used to be a bad girl, and now she's a dead house. Do you know how many people she has been on blind dates, because she is a weirdo, but her father is a powerful person. It's not easy to find a partner, and there are countless interesting stories. If you want to know, just shut up. Shimama cursed passionately at first, but in fact it was a little tired. After all, it was just a small stone, and the energy contained could not be compared with a huge skull. Being disturbed by this, its single-threaded brain was attracted by Zhang Ming's wonderful description. The story of Wang Fumin's daughter's blind date, Shimama shouted flatteringly, with a trembling voice. This is an unknown area that it has never known. Even if it wants to please Emperor Zhang, it must know this kind of gossip. I'm sorry, Lao Wang. I made up this story and just borrowed your daughter's name. Zhang Ming was silent for a moment. Lao Wang's daughter went on a blind date and found out that the man was a math teacher. She was so nervous that she ran away immediately. Because she had poor grades in school and was most afraid of teachers, Shimama, as the king of flattery, immediately laughed out loud, even though Lao Zhang thought that the joke he made up was very funny. Anyway, he didn't understand why this stone laughed out loud. The skull on the opposite side cursed a few idiots and found that the other party was silent. He complacently thought that he had won a great victory in this war. But soon, it found that Shimama made a happy chicken cry and became a little dissatisfied. Why is this guy laughing so happily? Shouldn't I win? Zhang Ming held Shimama in his hand and quietly approached the huge skull and repeated the story of Lao Wang's daughter just now. The bull-headed skull didn't understand what this creature was talking about. What does blind date mean? What is a math teacher? But when it found that Shimama was crowing there, it could only make a few cackles with difficulty. Don't hit a smiling person. The two guys didn't quarrel for the time being. The crisis of verbal war was successfully resolved. So simple. Zhang Ming secretly praised his wit and his heart, and cleared his throat again. This Lord Niutao, did you carve the words and images on this stone tablet? Are these bones scattered on the ground next to your body? Are you in existence from another world domain? How long have you lived? Black thin lines once again wrapped around these bones. As a temporary body, it may require long-term warming before it can be used. Shimima interrupted and said, Sheephead. Old Zhang swallowed and changed his address. Lord Sheephead. The sheephead skull was silent. It seemed that it had not communicated for a long time. After a long time, it intercepted half of it and repeated, I carved it. Zhang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and was excited. This old guy is actually really intelligent, and he is a creature of the same age as Xuanwu. It may even be smarter than Xuanwu. Because Xuanwu couldn't speak at first. Xuanwu only learned complex language and understood more things after contacting Yanjiao people. And this guy has learned to speak a long time ago, and his intelligence level is actually higher than Shimima. Zhang Ming couldn't reveal this fact to Shitao. We are trapped here by accident. Is there any way to get out of this sea area? Zhang Ming made a few gestures. No way, the sheep-headed skull squeezed out a few words. Bold. You are so stingy, why don't you let us out? Shimima was furious. Wait until Xuanwu is resurrected, and eat you in one bite. Zhang Ming quickly hid this pile of dog shit behind his butt. Mr. Sheephead, can you tell me the specific reason? Look, it's not appropriate for a rookie like me to stay here. There are more than 10,000 lives like me not far away. Their eating, drinking, defecating and urinating are all very problematic. They will die if they stay here. Baiza didn't really understand, but Lao Zhang's attitude made it feel inexplicably happy. Don't hit a smiling person. So, it stumbled and explained for a long time. Although Shimima was a little reluctant, as a reliable stone, it still translated it. Zhang Ming finally understood the whole meaning. He was extremely shocked by the so-called fact, the seal of the abyss was broken, and the power of the demon god had penetrated in. So, this old sheephead absorbed a lot of seawater from the demon god sea, trying to evaporate this trace of demon god power through the fire of the abyss. It is irresponsible to let so many people out before this trace of demon god power is evaporated. The entire demon god sea will be devastated. No wonder I used an axe to pry the stone tablet, and my sense of crisis exploded. Zhang Ming was sweating in his heart. He almost let a demon god out. Wait, could that demon god be? He turned his head and took a look at the huge stone tablet. It's just a remnant soul, but it's still fighting the demon, Shimama said to herself. Poor Baizet, your pet, Liu Mang, died with 10,000 eyes, and it's impossible to revive. My pet, Zhang Mama, why won't I? And has been causing trouble for thousands of years, bitch. Zhang Ming cursed in his heart. Is that demon the one who made the wish? Baizer was silent, his eyes emitting a trace of murderous aura, as if the flames of the entire abyss had become bigger. Zhang Ming immediately understood most of it, and became a little uneasy. The terrifying demon who made a wish actually extended his power to this abyss. Even a super existence like Liu Mang who hunts demons would be killed by the demon who made a wish, let alone these rookies. It wouldn't take a few minutes for the Honggang people to be killed. How can the seal in the abyss be repaired? Can the relic melted on 6 Mang be repaired? Zhang Ming returned to the boat and took out a bead found from the faceless man. The skull saw this small bead and seemed to think of the past. The face without flesh and blood actually showed a trace of sadness. It tried its best to spit out 2 words, array pattern. You mean, you need the corresponding forging skills to repair the seal? Are the armor on me and the symbols on this axe qualified? Zhang Ming was actually a little uneasy. He didn't know how far the technology of the old mythological era had developed. He could only show his equipment as much as possible. Soon, the runes on the axe flickered. These densely packed runes, with a maximum density of 10 runes per millimeter, blinded Baiza's scarlet eyes, so that he watched for a long time and didn't know what they were. The flames on the surface of the skeleton grew violently. As a learned old scholar, he has witnessed countless histories with Liu Mang and studied quite a few races. For this armor, Baiza found that he couldn't understand it at all, and was very angry at his performance. But he couldn't blame others for what he couldn't understand, so he could only secretly rub his anger. Ha ha ha, Shimama laughed wildly. It's normal for cavemen to not understand the technology of the new era. Zhang Mama, take off your armor and show the results of your practice. Zhang Ming didn't understand what this guy was showing off, but he didn't refuse. He took off the heavy armor on his body. A thin layer of golden light isolated the polluted seawater and protected Zhang Ming. Then, purple lightning surrounded his body, like a small snake circling continuously. Zhang Ming threw another punch, using the technique of power burst, and the runes hidden in the bones also resonated with it. This punch stirred up huge waves. As for the magical power-burning soul, I won't show it. It's good to have some reservations. Baize looked at it for a long time and became more and more confused. What are those miscellaneous things on this guy? This guy is too small, and he seems a little delicate. It's like building a temple in a snail shell. Why are you so small? Were you born in Lilliput? Haha, Shimama became more and more proud. Yang Mama, you are really stupid. You don't know anything. What have you been doing in this damn place for so many years? Why don't you go out for a walk? This is the era of the world, the era of civilization. What a bullshit array pattern. They just copied you casually. Do you think this is the era of the past when people relied purely on talent? They have the wisdom of 100 million people, but they can't use the wisdom of a sheep like you to beat them up. Chapter 272 The reason for steaming dry the seawater. I have been trapped here and have been sleeping for a long time, and I have not heard anything outside the window for a long time. After being sprayed by Shimama, the skull opened and closed its mouth and began to speak some literary words. In fact, it is not used to Shimama's modern language. In its era, everyone spoke very implicitly, and it was a mean behavior to curse people directly. As for the crazy repetition of idiot at the beginning, it was completely a dream talk before the brain turned around. Baize thought that his essence was a modest gentleman. Wait, who is Yang Mama? Is it me? It always feels like a derogatory name. The horn on the skull was surrounded by stars of fire. After a long time, the old sheep had slowly suffocated and said, "What is the world?" Shimama immediately showed off. Nowadays, life is hiding in the world, which is different from the past. Yes, what was it like before? The era when the bigger the size, the better? It's hard to say if it's not in the same realm, Shimama said halfway and found that he had lost his memory. He began to ponder and doubt. Anyway, everyone's life was not good before, but it's okay now. Who knows when it will get bad again? It can't be said that it's all because of external enemies. In our time, the internal fighting was also very fierce. At least I have this impression. There was no situation of united against the outside world. Zhang Ming asked, where did the demon god come from? Did it exist originally, or did it come from another world domain? I don't know. In our time, there was no such thing as world domain. Who would study these? Isn't the old sheephead known for his profound knowledge? You tell me. Zhang Ming frowned and muttered to himself, if the demon god comes from the new world domain, then we already have 3 known world domains, and of course there may be more. Baize was ashamed. Its dignity did not allow it to be so ignorant. But at this moment, its memory was messy, and it couldn't understand these professional terms, so it could only remain silent and speechless. It was just like Shimama, a residual soul left after the death of its original owner, and its memory was incomplete. Could the world hunters also come from another realm? It's not impossible. Although the world hunters are not as domineering as the demons, I always feel that their abilities are very strange, and they are famous for their reproductive ability. When there are too many, no one can resist them. Zhang Ming touched his chin, always feeling that the water inside is very deep. Baize still doesn't understand. This is like the difference between trendy old people and conservative old people. Trendy old people have learned to play with mobile phones, watch Douyin, and post on WeChat moments. Conservative old people, whose knowledge has not been updated, can't even use the TV remote control. In fact, it's not Baize's fault. Knowledge must be learned to possess it, and it will not appear for no reason. After a long time, Zhang Ming asked again, you want to evaporate the seawater to dissipate the power of the demon's invasion. How long has the other party's invasion lasted? I don't know, Baize roared very loudly. Old Zhang covered his ears, as if he was very proud, and asked again, so, those of us who are still alive in the abyss, is it possible that we were killed by that nameless demon? Baize reacted now. Staring at Zhang Ming for a long time with a pair of scarlet eyes, his expression very serious. Suddenly, the huge soul body separated from the skull and slowly approached Zhang Ming to make a sniffing action. It seemed a little uncertain again, and Baize took out a small bone bag with compass from an unknown corner. It seemed to be made of tortoise shells. It was buried for so long and was intact. Shimama saw the tortoise shell and couldn't help but hum. The needle on the compass rotated rapidly and finally stabilized at a certain position. Baize murmured in some confusion, heavens, doomed. Zhang Ming's whole body tense up. This old sheep had some Taoism skills. He could actually see that he was doomed. Could it be that the worm of time and space marked itself at the moment of death? Or is it that the heart of the demon god is poisonous, and the rules it emits can be seen by people? The latter is more likely. He hurriedly asked, "Can we find a way to get rid of this bad luck?" As a result, the next moment, the old sheep had changed his face directly, and his eyes burst into a terrifying murderous aura, as if he wanted to eat people. Although Zhang Ming was a little confused by this sudden change, he was always on guard against this ancient creature. He quickly stepped back a few steps, drew out his abyss axe, and his whole body was shining with golden light. He has never been afraid of fighting. "Sheep Mama, what are you doing?" Blackstone shouted. "You are disrespectful now." The old sheephead was suspicious and kept staring at Zhang Ming. The cold murderous aura in his pupils sometimes overflowed and sometimes converged, as if he was in a special state of entanglement. Finally, he fell into dead silence. Zhang Ming found that the atmosphere was a little wrong. This old sheephead had just learned to speak and his emotions fluctuated too much. He naturally couldn't provoke the other party like Shimama, so he could only sigh and say, "Then let's do this, you take a rest for a while and calm down. When you calm down, we can talk again." Before the old sheephead could react, he jumped back to his boat. "Misfortune of the sky," Baiza muttered to himself, lost in thought. It wanted to move its body, but found that it needed to spend a lot of soul power. It was no longer the elf running in the mountains before, but just a dead, lingering skeleton. Gray memories quickly turned over in his mind, many of which were already blurred. It had been guarding here a long, long time ago, as if someone had ordered it to do so, and it seemed that it did so voluntarily. It really couldn't remember. It only knew that it needed to stick to this seal and not let the power of the terrifying demon god penetrate into the side. Under normal circumstances, the trace of demon god power that penetrated into the seawater was very thin and would not affect normal life forms. After this piece of seawater was evaporated, the faint power was eliminated. But this guy who was haunted by bad luck was not necessarily the same. Under the various causes and effects, this guy stood out from the crowd, like a bright moon in the dim starry sky, extremely conspicuous, and the unknown demon god could easily find and anchor him. The doomed one of heaven, if he is anchored, Baiza murmured to himself, and the friction of his bones played a morning music. That was the terrifying demon god who directly led to the extinction of the Ide clan. And even the death of 10,000 eyes was inextricably linked to it. So Baiza just thought, just kill Zhang Ming directly, isn't it over? As long as a person dies, no matter whether he's a demon god or not, he can't exert his power. But at this moment, it recalled the scenes of the past. His partner, Six Blinds, is also a doomed one of heaven. Memories wrapped around it like bubbles. The words of Six Blinds echoed in his ears. "Hey, are you the only one left in your tribe? It seems that the disaster of 10,000 eyes has spread to this side. Poor you, since you stabbed your own eyes and can't move, I will take care of you for a while. Don't be surprised. I am also a homeless person. I am also a doomed person." What does it mean? This is a term I created. People who are entangled by the devil are doomed people. The voice of this young man seems a bit tardy, but in fact he is a chatterbox, chattering non-stop. At that time, it was seriously injured and just wanted to rest, but this guy kept talking all the time, making people feel irritated. Recalling this, the skull couldn't help but reveal a shabby smile. When you get used to the life of blindness, you can leave. It seems not bad to be without eyes. I was born without eyes, only a pair of eyes in my heart. Your name is Baiza. What a good name, good. Just ordinary. My name is Liu Mang, which is a terrible name. As the saying goes, people have 3 blindnesses, blind people, blind words, and braille, but I have 6 blindnesses. I still don't know what these extra 3 blindnesses are. Or maybe a demon gave me this name. Incredible. What is it called? It's called Suin, and those who have traded with it will not have a good end. I am the trading object. Yes, I am just a trading object. So I call myself the Doomsday Man. Above that magnificent land, the sky is multi-layered, and mountains are suspended above the earth. Under a tall tree with lush branches and leaves, Liu Mang told his simple story. My life is a lucky life, but also an unfortunate life. It has given me talent, and I can learn any extraordinary skills as soon as I learn it. Like the old gentleman who has practiced for a lifetime on the floating mountain, he is no better. As for the heroes outside the domain, I have never met them. Even if they are stronger than me, they are probably not much stronger. At this point, a look of confidence emerged on Liu Mang's eyeless face, but it soon dimmed. However, compared to the demon god, this power is just like duckweed. When I was young, I was so frivolous, arrogant, and lacked respect for the world. When I was 12 years old, I made a terrible mistake because of practicing a killing technique. He recalled the past and sighed softly. When I came to my senses, I found that all the tribesmen were dead, and only my grandfather was lying in a pool of blood with a breath left. When he saw me wake up, he smiled bitterly and said, "Child, it's good that you can wake up. If you can kill one lion, it will be even better. Don't blame yourself. The fate of the Yamu clan is to turn into the curse in your eyebrows, that's all." After saying that, he took his last breath. But how can I not blame myself? I used to have a violent temper and was arrogant because of my talent, but now my temperament has changed drastically. I don't even dare to kill an ant. It was as if an ant was crawling at his feet. But Liu Mang just let it go and let the ant slip away. Chapter 273 The Unlucky One and the Lucky One. The breeze blew, the grass and trees swayed, and under the shade of the trees, Baiza quietly bathed in the bright sunshine and listened to boring stories. It even thought in its heart, this person is really weird, just meeting him and he kept talking about his story. Who in this world doesn't have his own story? Are you the only one who lives a miserable life? Looking back later, it realized that this was a rare peaceful time in its life. It was too lazy to think about anything, just lying down to sleep, and it could even complain a few words. That rare time, if you miss it, it will never come back. Six Blinds continued to mutter, "This is quite strange." The killing technique was given by Suitin, which is quite magical. At that time, I was excited to see the prey, and I started to practice without hesitation. Over time, the killing intent occupied my mind and surged into my heart. Suitin secretly fueled the flames to facilitate the transaction, and I myself had never cultivated my mind and had a weak will, which led to a big mistake. Baiza, you say, should I take revenge on Wanayan, or Suitin? Or just commit suicide? Baiza was silent and speechless. It just thought that this guy was quite interesting and had some minor problems in his brain, but it didn't matter. In this land, especially the people on the floating mountain, all have some problems in their brains. The so-called the doomed ones of heaven. There is another name, the lucky ones of heaven. They have been born with peerless talents. In Baiza's cognition, this group of people are the existence of super talents, and there are 2 or 3 gaps behind them. This kind of people are so super that they can even cross the boundaries of race and learn each other's fighting skills. It seems that the meaning of their existence is just to deal with the terrifying and almost invincible demons. But unfortunately, this group of people are often plagued by bad luck and end up with a bad end. The same is true for Liu Mang. Do you want to follow me? That would be the best. Sometimes I don't know where to go. I always feel that I am being controlled by Suitin. Wherever it secretly wants me to go, I can only go there. This guy began to chatter again. I carry a deep hatred, but I am extremely confused. The demon god, 10,000 eyes, is high above and suppresses a world. I am not its opponent at all now. Suitin is even more illusory and nowhere to be found. It fueled the flames just to complete the original deal. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Suitin has done so much just to complete the deal. I don't understand. It is so strong. Why doesn't it just kill 10,000 eyes? Baiza was silent, and a trace of pity welled up in his heart. This guy's madness is getting worse. Even if Suitin is stronger than 10,000 eyes, it will definitely cost a lot to take action personally. This price is far more than the benefits that could be obtained at the beginning. With half the population of the Yamu clan, you want to exchange Suitin for action? It's just wishful thinking, a dream. So, Suitin is sneaking around and adding fuel to the fire, just because the price you give is not enough. The world is bustling, all for profit. The world is bustling, all for profit. The devil is no exception. It would be great if there was no deal, but it's impossible. Suitin exists to lure people to make deals. It only lures some valuable people. Who do you think I should kill? This guy's old habit of mumbling came back. He broke a small grass and sat on the ground and broke it slowly. Baiza was too lazy to talk nonsense. He blew out a flame and lit the firewood pile. In its view, Suitin and 10,000 eyes were both unimaginably strong and invincible. In particular, few people seem to know about the existence of long-cherished wish. This is a very mysterious existence. The Mars crackled and jumped, bringing a warmth that was better than nothing. Baiza picked up a book and began to read. Although he was blind, he had the ability of the mind's eye. Acquiring more knowledge is always a very good way to pass the time. Clatter. It's raining. The rainstorm in the sky is endless, and the lead gray clouds are boundless. In Bai's perception, the whole world is only black and white. The omnipresent demon, 10,000 eyes, suppressing the world, seems that even the rain contains malicious and terrifying eyeballs. The world is slowly withering. But no one can beat the thing in the sky. What a short tranquility. Bai stretched and lay lazily on the ground. I'd better kill 10,000 eyes, Little Man continued to mutter there. Kill 10,000 eyes, at least you can still live, but when I think of long-cherished wish, getting what he wanted and completing the deal with my people, I feel very unhappy. Can't you just chop both of them? Why are you so entangled? Bai yawned boredly. I can't kill them all. The strongest killing skill I master has only one strike, and it can only be used once in a lifetime of practice. Liu Mang seemed to have guessed Bai's thoughts and continued to break the grass there. I used to have a violent temperament and was arrogant because of my talent, but now I have a mild personality, hesitant, like a coward and fool. This is because I buried the violent murderous intent in my heart and took it out when I need it, but this is not enough. I have to accumulate more murderous intent, and I need to accumulate endless murderous intent before I can use that strike, hit its weakness, and kill a demon. At this point, Liu Mang still had some pride, which might be his life goal that is better than nothing. I named that strike, Liberation. After that, not only me, but everyone will be liberated. The rest of his life was a miserable life of wandering. The news of Liu Mang slaughtering his own people spread throughout the world. Wherever he went, he was met with swords, insults, and attacks. You are worse than an animal, get out. You are asking for trouble, get out of this floating mountain. Liu Mang practiced the liberation strike, but he just let the insults go, smiled bitterly, and endured it, turning the pain into murderous intent. He traveled 10,000 miles and was scolded 10,000 miles. He traveled 100 million miles and was scolded 100 million miles. So on this day, he was finally going to be liberated. Think about it, it must have been long-cherished wish that fanned the flames and let everyone know about this. But this is also the fact. Who made me like this? It just wants to increase the violent murderous intent in my heart and use my hand to complete the deal. As for the process in between, it doesn't care at all. Everything is its calculation. Forget it. So be it. It was still a day of heavy rain, and Liu Mang still stayed under a big tree. Tomorrow would be the moment of the solar eclipse, and it would be the final moment of his decisive battle with 10,000 eyes. I'm going to die tomorrow. If I kill one Ion, will the world be able to clear my name? Forget it. There's no need to think about so many dead people. The dishes you stole are excellent and should not be wasted. I'll add a little salt and dig them out from the salt mine. Simply boil them in water and they'll be delicious. After you finish eating these dishes, I'll let you see my cruel and violent true face. I haven't shown my true face to anyone for a long time. Bai was injured in the process of stealing things. He crawled by the fire, his blind eyes sensing the constant jumping of the flames. What will tomorrow be like? What will the day after tomorrow be like? Will my future self forgive today's decision? Liu Mang was stewing food there when he suddenly burst into tears. People only know about 10,000 eyes, but don't know that Suyin is the most dangerous one. My whole life has been controlled, and it's all because of that deal. Unfortunately, with one blow of liberation, I can only fight against 10,000 eyes, but I can't kill Suyin at all then. Suyin, a demon who controls my whole life. Who can fight against it? Liu Mang burst into tears. I really want to live an ordinary life of my own. He cried while eating the vegetables stolen by Baizet. The emerald green leaves were bumpy and had some traces of being bitten by insects. The cursed eyeball between his brows was growing, and the violent murderous intent hidden in his heart began to be released. It was the murderous intent accumulated over a lifetime. His body began to grow, and in just a short moment, it had grown into a mountain. He was still growing, and he raised his head. The eye between his brows was facing the 10,000 eyes in the sky, and a dark shadow was entangled on the cursed eye. 10,000 eyes seemed to have sensed something, and trillions of eyes stared at them. So at this moment, all the lives in the world felt a sense of relief, and the terrifying pressure that was staring at them all the time suddenly disappeared. Then, the space was filled with an unimaginably cold and violent murderous intent. What happened? The pressure of 10,000 eyes is gone. Liu Mang dug out the cursed eye between his eyebrows with all his strength. This cursed eye turned into an arrow. The violent murderous intent continued to strengthen this cursed arrow. He inserted his hands into the ground, dug out a vein of the earth, and turned it into a longbow. Without this vein of the earth, countless floating mountains slowly sank. Little Ming laughed and grabbed the longbow that the vein of the earth turned into. Since you want the eyes of my Id clan, then I will give it to you. But can you catch it? As the sun gradually rose, he started the most glorious and brilliant decisive battle in his life. But the best result is to die together. Baizer was silent, looking at his dying partner, and fell into deep lament. Faintly, it sensed a ball of dark red flame again. That was long-cherished wish, and its ultimate goal was achieved. Baizer was afraid of the terrifying power that controlled fate. What exactly does long-cherished wish want to do? No one knows the answer to this question. Chapter 274, In this world, the rules of nature are supreme. Zhang Ming and Shimama listened to this magical and magnificent story and remained silent for a long time. Even Blackstone was shocked. Poor thing. Old sheephead, your life is as miserable as 1/10 of Xuanwu's. Blackstone, who loves gossip, thinks from the bottom of his heart that this story is okay. Baizer's few words can't actually outline the story that happened, but it is enough to give people a glimpse of the leopard. Zhang Ming sighed. Throughout the ages, there have been too many worldly affairs like white clouds and gray dogs, and the final fate of life is always heading towards withering. But in the impermanence, the pursuit of eternal and splendid life is preserved in the blood. You can't see your homeland in the distance, but you can see the same starry sky when you look up. Little Meng finally gave up some of his obsessions, hunted 10,000 eyes, and found a chance for life for all living beings in the world. He is indeed a hero. Zhang Ming suddenly thought of something and was a little confused. The doomed people mentioned by Baiza are actually the kind of people who have made deals with the demons. They will not have a good end in the end. The reason why Little Meng is so strong is because of some help from Suyin. But I'm not like that. The demon rules on me are obtained by my own ability. This can't be considered bad luck. He frowned slightly, his face serious, and continued to think in his heart. However, since Baiza can see the so-called demon rules, some other existences may not be unable to see them. This is too dangerous. If you can think of a way to cover it up, it will be great. Baiza, who was left with only a remnant soul of doomed people, lamented and lamented. It took a lot of effort to come back to his senses. In fact, it has forgotten most of the details and only knows some general processes. It turns out that Suyin is Little Meng's biggest enemy. But throughout his life, Little Meng could not find its true entity. The intelligent demon manipulated fate invisibly, and he could not break free from the big net of fate. It was really too terrifying. Moreover, the process of long-cherished wish is the kind of thing that will do anything to achieve the result. What's the next story? Why did the 6 blinds become the seal? Why did you stay here? The old sheephead hesitated for a moment, then shook his huge head. I can't remember. I only know that staying here is a very important thing. I also volunteered to stay here, so, can the so-called bad luck of heaven be removed? How can it be removed? Although the old sheephead has a very old-fashioned and serious personality, he couldn't help but say one more sentence at this moment. Even the 6 blinds haven't been removed. You? On what basis? Zhang Ming was not angry either. I mean, how can we cover up this kind of demon Gaudara? It's okay to cover it up, right? There's actually not much that can be seen, and no matter how hard you cover it up, it can't be hidden from more powerful people, especially demon gods. Baizer was a little confused. What's the point of covering it up? It's just deceiving yourself. But it finally said, there are few ways to cover it up. The simplest one is to find a magic weapon that can cover up the cause and effect and wear it on your body. But where can I get such a magic weapon? Zhang Ming said. Why don't you just peel off the old turtle's shell? The blood of the divine beast is naturally able to turn misfortune into good fortune. If you can carve some innate patterns, the effect will be even better. Zhang Ming nodded. He was going to peel Xiao Bei's shell after he returned. The little turtle's shell was like a piece of jade, very delicate, with innate patterns on it. What a rare treasure. What? Shimama was shocked. How dare you slaughter my grandson? Don't worry. Xiao Bei will shed his shell when he grows up. What's wrong with me getting a few pieces of tortoise shells? It's just recycling waste. Zhang Ming turned his head and asked, Sir Baizet, do you mean that I might be targeted by the demon god, Suyin? Yes, its power has extended here. Although it is very rare, it is endless. Zhang Ming grinned. But he was not too worried. It's not a big problem. As long as I lie flat enough, don't want to do anything, and don't make any wishes, it will be helpless against me. What's more, it is not a demon god on this world. If it wants to run over, it will take a lot of effort. Right, that's true, Baize said. Misfortune is the root of blessing, and blessing is the root of misfortune. If the person hides somewhere motionless, lies down directly like a salted fish, eats and waits for death, then even a demon god like Suidun will have no way to control fate. In addition, the world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. Some strange things may increase luck. Of course, fate is something that you believe in, but you don't believe in it. The strong can change their fate against the will of heaven, while the weak can blame others. Can I learn the Mang's special skills? Zhang Ming asked again. The backstab ability in the rules of the abyss is really strong. In addition to being too violent and difficult to control, Zhang Ming likes this backstab ability too much. Baize stared at him for a long time, and shook his huge head, indicating no. Because the special skills were created by Lin Mang himself, combined with his own talents, it is meaningless to learn them by force. What's more, Baize himself doesn't know how to do it. If he simply reverses it through the rules of the abyss, it will be too difficult. Even he can't restrain the murderous intent that has been released, and you can't either. You should go your own way. How to go? The path that best suits your personality and talent. We call it transcending special skills. How to do it specifically? Baize thought for a long time, but couldn't say anything. In its time and space, it is very common to go your own way. Just like eating and drinking water, it comes naturally. As a result, this guy actually asked how to go, and it was confused for a while. It's like someone insisting on asking questions. How do you breathe? How does the saliva in your mouth come out? Why can you hear and see? Faced with these incredible questions, who would bother? Mama said, times are different, Yang Mama. In our world, mountains can float. In this world, there is no such thing at all. It thought for a long time before coming up with a rough explanation. Idealism overwhelms materialism. Baize tried hard to understand, while Comrade Shimama was very proud of the terms he came up with. The terms in the new era are indeed rich, and in the past, no one studied these things at all, as if everything happened naturally. But the fact is not like this. Here is a brand new, more strict world. In this world, the rules of nature are supreme. You can regard the rules of nature as an ultimate demon god. Whether it is long-cherished wish, or 10,000 eyes, they will be strictly restricted in this world, Ultimate Baize muttered to himself. Shimama said again, the same reason, it is impossible to use talent to be savage like in the past. It is difficult for a single person's wisdom to achieve too high a level. Therefore, it is too difficult to follow your own path, almost impossible. As far as I know, there have been demon gods that have fallen, and they are not as fancy as you. The matter of mortals killing gods has already appeared. How can it be as difficult as you say? Shimama showed off its pitiful knowledge and said mysteriously, I have seen a lot of such things. I just want to say that those who understand will understand, and I will not explain much to those who don't understand. After all, it's enough for you to know it yourself. Taste it carefully, old sheephead, it didn't lie. Did the time and space worm die? It's very simple. Baize, who turned into Sheep Mama, seemed to be frightened. Suddenly, the scarlet eyes burst into red light. Mortals killing gods, you fart. Old turtle, lies all the time. I, Baize, hate people who deceive themselves the most. Old stone was not to be outdone. Why did I fart? You're a vegetable, and you don't allow others to be better than you. Yang Mama was anxious. It was indeed a vegetable, but its partner Six Blinds was definitely a strong man of the era level. It would never allow its partner to be insulted. Shimama jumped up. Zhang Ming did kill a demon god. Doesn't my lord Shimama have any merits? Of course, even 1,000th of the merit is a merit. But Shimama couldn't reveal this secret, so he was so anxious that he was buzzing and trembling. Lao Zhang's scalp was numb, and he kept telling strange hell jokes to divert the attention of the two guys. With his mediation, the two sides finally patiently talked and stumbled. This time, it took a day and a night for Zhang Ming to figure out a few key points. It is extremely difficult to shuttle between world domains. The bigger the monster, the more difficult it is to jump to the world domain. For the demon god, there are only 4 ways to cross to this world domain. The first is to be extremely powerful, reserve a huge amount of energy, and cross by force. But this method is actually quite bad. Even the existence close to the ultimate will fall into long sleep after successfully crossing. So under normal circumstances, it would not be chosen. The second is that the demon god itself has the corresponding time and space ability. Zhang Ming estimated that the time and space worm has the corresponding ability to travel through, and it has crossed through light speed jump or some other abilities. But even so, the time and space worm fell into an extremely weak state, its own energy was almost exhausted, and it was eventually hunted down by the blue crystal man's pillar of heaven. The abilities of demon gods are strange and often unique, and there should not be too many who can really cross through by force. The third is to travel through certain special time and space nodes. The number of these special nodes is extremely rare, and they often form a terrifying forbidden area like the abyss. As long as the seal in the abyss is intact, they still can't shuttle through. This fact is indeed a relief. Chapter 275 The Journey Back Home. Zhang Ming thought for a moment. In other words, Suyin has discovered this seal. Yes, Little Man himself was anchored by Suyin, and his remains have some power left, said the goat head with regret. I only discovered this in recent years, and I have always wanted to exhaust this bit of Suyin's power. There is also a fourth more common method, anchoring. This method is very complicated and has a lot to do with information mapping. The more information the demon god maps in this world, the higher the authenticity, the stronger the anchoring power, and the smaller the obstacle to the body's crossing. This is actually a very common method. I see, Zhang Ming recalled the mythological archaeology of the Honggang people. Many civilizations often have similar mythological stories, which is caused by the existence of anchors. Compared with the extremely powerful demon god, some small units are actually leaping through anchors. Their size is not as large as that of the demon god, and they can complete the entire crossing with the help of some relatively simple anchors. So Xuan will use this method to travel through with all his strength, but no matter what, traveling through is still difficult. It was seriously injured. When it was dying, Xuanwu met the great Yanjiao clan. Xuanwu was saved by the Yanjiao clan, and finally the two sides achieved symbiosis. From this point of view, the Yanjiao clan also made contributions. Without Yanjiao, Xuanwu would have died long ago. Shima hummed and pretended not to hear. It couldn't refute this. How strong is the Yanjiao clan? The red light in the pupils of the goat had bloomed, revealing an interested look. It really knows too little about the outside world. In particular, Xuanwu is also a member of the divine beast. If Xuanwu is doing poorly, it means that the water in this world is deeper than imagined. Shimima was immediately unhappy, and didn't know how to reply. Instead, Zhang Ming interrupted, It's okay, Yanjiao is not strong, but not weak either. In the end, the life of Xuanwu is exhausted, and this civilization could only flee in all directions and disappeared. It may be dead, or it may still exist. Anyway, it has lost contact. The life of Xuanwu is exhausted. The goat head fell into a state of talking to himself. After all, its Baiza clan was also dead, and there was nothing to say about others. Thinking of this, it felt a little boring and self-pitying. Shimima was forced to save his dignity, and felt that Lao Zhang's words were very nice. It liked it very much, and it was worthy of being Emperor Zhang. As for Baiza's crossing, Baiza's strength was actually better preserved than Xuanwu, and he was not seriously injured, so it might have been brought here by those beings who set up the abyss. As for what those beings are, perhaps it is the most original peak civilization, or it may be some other beings, such as innate strongmen who are stronger than Lil Mang. Anyway, Baiza doesn't know. In addition, there is another key point. Although it is difficult for the demons to run to this new world domain, they are still diligent and try endlessly. They generally use a method called anchor to reduce the resistance of crossing. There are thousands of ways to anchor. Myths, epics, legends, animation, comics, movies, games, and religions can all be anchors. Because the abilities of demons are different, the forms of anchor are also different. So that's it. I said that the two terms Xuanwu and Baiza are so strange. It turns out to be a special anchor, Zhang Ming thought. Of course, this matter is too far away from Zhang Ming. He is just listening to the excitement and feels very interesting. In fact, it is of no use. Don't think about caring about the world situation. Because it's useless to care about it, it will only make you worry about it. Since the term peak civilization exists in the world, it means that peak civilization does exist. Let them solve these complex and difficult things. Drink today and worry tomorrow. For Zhang Ming, The most important thing is to leave the abyss, go home early, and find a beautiful girl to live a life of lying flat. The garbage I picked up is enough for me to lie flat for 1,000 lifetimes. By the way, should I still open a big eater restaurant? If I have nothing to do, I can open one. Having said that, this wish is actually not very realistic. If you think about it carefully, it can even be said to be a luxury. Although Zhang Ming still likes girls with big breasts, long legs, fair skin, gentleness and consideration, this is a male instinct from deep in his genes. He is also full of expectations for the unlimited mating rights that may exist after returning to Earth. That is the legendary unlimited mating rights. Even the daughter of the president can be picked up. But his perception ability is too high, and he can see the mites, pores, bacteria, and various strange unknown products on the girl's skin at a glance. Thinking about it this way, beautiful girls and ants, as carbon-based creatures, don't seem to be much different. Just a piece of squirming flesh and blood. Lao Zhang realized why the higher the strength, the lower the rationality. Seeing beautiful girls as wriggling flesh and blood every day, it would be fine if he didn't go crazy. Finally, he swore in his heart, on that afternoon when the sun sets, as long as any decent young beautiful girl wears a beige sweater and lets me bury my head in her chest, even if I see mites, E. coli and Staphylococcus aureus, I can endure it, as long as there are no AI, Lin, May, warts and tadpoles, I can endure it. I closed my eyes and pretended that I couldn't see anything. Wow. Thinking about it, Lao Zhang was disgusted by himself. His stomach was acidic, and he almost vomited out the monster meat he had eaten on the spot. Finally, after some communication, Baize's huge pupils flickered with flames and gave the final promise. As long as you can repair the seal, I can let you out. But you, the doomed person, can't, because you may have been anchored by the terrifying existence. That's the devil, long-cherished wish, a mysterious existence close to the ultimate. So far, it is still unknown how strong it is and how harmful it is. So my sheep mama, no, I Baizen, I must not let you out. Otherwise, the devil will invade, and all the people in the world will be devastated. Facing this righteous skeleton sheep, Zhang Ming is really helpless. This old sheephead is stubborn and has a bad temper. He howls heartbreakingly at every turn. There is really no way to reason. Moreover, the opponent's combat effectiveness is indeed not low. If they really fight, Zhang Ming is not sure of winning. What's more, this guy has made great contributions. If he really cuts it, it is a bit morally wrong. However, Zhang Ming's goal this time has been achieved. He has found a way to leave the abyss. Alice, this guy is crazy. Let's talk about it after the seal is repaired. As for the devil, long-cherished wish, that may come to anchor himself, I can't care so much. If the soldiers come, they will stop the water and the earth will cover it. As long as the devil can't come in person, Lao Zhang can find a way to smash it with an axe. After considering these things, Zhang Ming left the stone here and returned to the base camp of Honggang alone. Before leaving, he also specifically reminded a few words. You educate this old sheephead, at least let it learn to talk, don't quarrel, understand? You should give it a little bit, don't argue with it, huh? Shimama was furious. It's just a fool, you know? You quarrel with a fool, which means you are also a fool. When I meet an unreasonable fool, I just coax it, say some nice words, and give it a little bit, and it will be obedient. After all, most things in the world are stupid. When Zhang Ming said this, there was a strange smile on his face. Shimama naturally couldn't hear Zhang Ming's subtext. The more it savored, the more it felt that this sentence made sense. So that's it. Yang Mama is indeed stupid, I can't be on the same level with it. Shimama's promises are generally still achievable, so Zhang Ming is also quite relieved. Soon, he drove the seaplane, humming a tune, and embarked on the journey back. In the dark mist, on the dark green ocean, a group of huge abyss monsters released their terrifying power. In front of the abyss species that are several times larger than the giant ship, the protection ability of the source of the world is the only life-saving straw. Gunder stood at the highest point of the steamship, looking into the distance, and his uneasiness became stronger. A thin film like a soap bubble protected the entire ship. But the protection power from the world did not bring much sense of security. It's not that they don't believe in the source of the world, but the time of protection is limited. Once the energy of the source of the world is exhausted, it means that their mothership will be attacked by giant monsters. Even if the mountain destroyer cannon can kill a group of monsters with one shot, what's the use? Those super life forms can break the keel with just a light blow, causing the ship to let out a dying wail. Once the air in the cabin is polluted by the abyss, ordinary people will have no chance of survival. Thinking of this, Gondor could not help but tighten the weapon in his hand and fell into deep worry. Admiral, another batch of grapegrass withered for unknown reasons. It may be some unknown disease, then burn it quickly and disinfect it. Gondor said halfway and changed his mind. Process it into starch and give it to me. Yes, the adjutant's voice seemed a little hoarse. To control the 12,000 trapped Hongang people, there is no need to talk about the risks in the outside world. There are more trivial things in life such as firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and tea. If you want to survive in this ghost place for a long time, there is too much work to do. Just eating, drinking, defecating and urinating for so many people is a huge problem. This place is not like the Sea of Demons. There is no way to hunt fish. All the food must be grown by yourself, but even if the internal space is used to the limit, it is just enough to make a living. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.